Good evening and welcome to this meeting of the Westborough Board of Selectmen. It is Tuesday, September 22nd, 2020. This meeting is being held remotely and we are now in open session. I will read the governor's orders we've become all too familiar with, and then we'll go through the agenda and get right into our meeting. Pursuant to Governor Baker's March 12, 2020 order suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law, General Law 30A, Section 18, and the Governor's March 15, 2020 order imposing strict limitation on the number of people that may gather in one place, this meeting of the Westborough Board of Selectmen will be conducted via remote participation to the greatest extent possible. Specific information in the general guidelines for remote participation by members of the public and/or parties with a right and/or requirement to attend this meeting can be found on the Town of Westborough's website at town.westborough.ma.us. For this meeting, members of the public who wish to watch the meeting may do so in the following manner: through Westborough TV YouTube channel, Charter Channel 192, or Verizon 28. No in-person attendance of members of the public will be permitted, but every effort will be made to ensure that the public can adequately access the proceedings in real time via technological means. In the event we are unable to do so, despite best efforts, we will post on the Town of Westborough's website an audio or video recording, transcript, or other comprehensive record of proceedings as soon as possible after the meeting. I'll read through the agenda. Item number one was executive session. We've already done that. Item number 2 is a discussion vote to approve and execute the purchase and sale agreement for land purchase at 30 Belknap Street. Item number 3 at 5:50, approval of meeting minutes. Item number 4, 5:55 p.m., discussion vote to approve the firefighters contract. Item number 5 at 6 p.m., request to appoint Lydia Goldblatt and John Gallinaut to the trustees for Soldiers Memorials. Item number 6 at 6:05 p.m., discussion vote to update the electrician's job description. Item number 7 at 6:10 p.m., discussion vote to amend the classification plan to include golf course employee position in the Recreation Department and to approve the job description of the golf course manager. Item number 8 at 6:30 p.m., we'll have a presentation by the legislative actions and updates by our representatives and senator. At number 9 at 7:15 p.m., we'll have a presentation by our DPW director on the Public Works Road Management Plan. Item number 10 at 7:35 p.m., we'll have a request to declare items surplus by our DPW director. Item number 11 at 7:40 p.m., we'll have a presentation of the Climate Action Plan by the Climate Action Plan's Task Force. Item number 12 at 8 p.m., we'll have a joint meeting with the Advisory Finance Committee to discuss FY 2021 budget in the fall town meeting warrant. Item number 13 at 8:45 p.m., we'll have a discussion vote to accept early in-voting person schedule and location of in-person voting on election day and location of central tabulating facility by our town clerk. At 8:50, item number 14, we'll have our town manager presentation, and at 8:55, we'll have issues and correspondence of the selectmen. And with that said, we'll move right into our second agenda item, which is discussion vote regarding Belknap Street. Do I have I guess I should preface it by the town is well aware through our annual town meeting and through other discussions and presentations here by the board of our desire to purchase 30 Belknap Street for the purpose of open space and passive recreation. And so I'll entertain a motion.
Okay, I can make that motion.
Okay.
I move, pursuant to the vote taken under Article 13 of the June 20th, 2020 annual town meeting, to execute and to authorize Board of Selectmen Chair Shelby Marshall to execute, or her designee to execute, on behalf of the board, a purchase and sale agreement with Deborah Holden Engvall to acquire the parcel of land located at 30 Belknap Street and any and all acceptances, settlement statements, and other documents, and to take any and all action as may be necessary or convenient to accomplish said acquisition.
Thank you, Alan. Do I have a second?
I'll second that, Selectman Johnson.
Thank you. Any discussion by the board? I'll just add my own piece of this, that I always find it interesting, certainly before I became a member of the board, that items like this come before and we make a motion, we take a vote for such a big line item and an important purchase. But I want to reassure the public that through our town manager, through executive sessions, working with legal counsel, these things are contemplated at length and over a significant period of time to get to this purchase and what seems like a simple and straightforward vote. So appreciate your confidence as we move forward with this business of the town and this important purchase. Okay, seeing no further discussion, I'll call for a roll call vote. Selectman Hashmi?
Yes.
Selectman Johnson?
Johnson, yes.
Selectman Edinburgh?
Edinburgh, yes.
And Selectman Marshall, yes, 4004 being present. Okay, great. We'll move into our next agenda item, and we have approval of meeting minutes. We're starting with August 18, 2020. Do I have a motion?
I'll move the approval of the August 18th meeting minutes.
Edinburgh seconds.
I have a amendment to make about those minutes.
Okay.
And this is on the issues and correspondence of the Selectmen.
Yep.
You know, Selectman Hashmi recognized the history of the women's right to vote didn't include women of color. What I was actually trying to say, and maybe I didn't say it as well as I should have, is that women of color were among those that were most people of color, not women of color. People of color were among the most ardent supporters of the women's right to vote. However, they did not get that suffrage till much later. There's a subtle difference, but I think it's important. Sheila, were you able to get that? I can send you Sorry, go ahead.
So what I was going to say, is that exactly what you would want the minutes to reflect? Because we would need to approve that amendment in open session here. So it would be up to the board, you and the board, to approve it.
And hold on for if you'll just give me 1 second, I can give you the exact verbiage I used. If you'll just give me 1 second.
Say if you want that verbiage that you just said to be part of the record, we can approve it as amended. Okay. And do you want me to just send it to the board right now, just so that they know what I'm? No, we've got it here, and Sheila will scribe that for the minutes. Yep. Thank you. Anything else? I will just make a note that I did send an email to Sheila. I copied the board on it earlier for consideration of inclusion. It was just some clarification around the municipal vulnerability preparedness. It was clarification on our discussion. And so is it necessary, Christy, for me to read those changes into the record here?
Yeah, I would just mention them.
Okay, yep. Sorry, hang on 1 second. Sorry. So recommended the third bullet point under the MVP listening session to include leveraging existing communication channels such as Youth and Families Distribution Channel and Translation Services. And then as its own bullet point in the same section, I suggested that the meeting reflect the town expects to submit the report in September 2020. It's required to be submitted June 2021. Once submitted and approved, the town will receive its quote unquote MVP community designation. This will allow the town to apply for grants. The first grant submission cycle we would be eligible for is spring 2021. That will give the town October 2020 to April 2021 to develop the grant. Grant cycle is for 1 year, July 1 to July 30. Grants can be for individual community projects or for regional projects. Communities can seek up to 25% in grant matching. Grant matching dollars can be actual or in kind, but cannot be any state funds. And I also suggested that not to be quoted, but suggested that the presentation be referenced as a components of the minutes. So let me go back here. So,
And sorry, and I just actually found out what I was referred to, and if I'll just send it to the board, I mentioned the name of the key African American women that were supporters of the right for women's suffrage, and that the 18th Amendment did not technically grant all women of color the right to vote, but the 19th Amendment did. So I'll just send that to the board, and if Sheila could amend that, if we could allow that amendment, so that would be great.
okay.
Shelby, can I just add,
Yeah.
just so I'm clear, with the additions you made there, those were pieces that were discussed in the meeting, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I went back through and watched it because it didn't reflect my handwritten notes that I had taken, and so that's what I added. I just felt like those details around dates were really relevant, so if someone's going back into the minutes. Again, Sheila does a great job of capturing the essence. I just think sometimes some of the specifics, are helpful when people want to reference other documents.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so we have two amendments.
I'll amend my motion to be acceptance of the meeting minutes as amended.
And I'll second.
Thank you. Okay, moved and seconded as amended. I'll call for a roll call vote. Selectman Hashmi?
Yes.
Selectman Johnson?
Yes.
Selectman Edinburgh?
Edinburgh, yes.
And Selectman Marshall, yes, 4004 being present. Okay, and we are now moving into the next, whoops, I lost my screen here. Do I have a motion for the August 25th meeting minutes?
I'll move the acceptance of the August 25th meeting minutes.
Second.
Okay.
I have an amendment for this.
Okay.
So I believe in the issues and correspondence after your comments, I just said that that you can just say that Selectman Hashmi said that he would respond to Selectman Marshall's allegations and share his perspective.
Okay.
I will amend my motion to accept that, approval of the minutes as amended.
And I'll second.
Okay, thank you. All right, any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a roll call vote. Selectman Hashmi?
Yes.
And Selectman Johnson?
Johnson, yes.
Selectman Edinburgh?
Edinburgh, yes.
And Selectman Marshall, yes, 4004 being present. Thank you. Okay, moving into agenda item number 4. I see our chief is on. Good evening, Chief. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Good. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Christy, if you want to take this item away.
So this is the approval of the firefighter union contract FY21 through FY23. Funding of the first year of this contract would begin on July 1st, 2020. And so there will be an article on the November town meeting to fund the first year of the contract. So just some highlights of changes in the contract. We approved, or there's a 1% increase in wages on July 1st, 2020, and then an additional 1% on January 1st, 2021, 2% increase in FY22, and then another 2% in FY23. There's an increase in the fire department mechanic stipend, up to $500 a year each year. There's changes to lieutenant acting out of grade. So when a lieutenant becomes the shift captain, after 10 hours on the shift, they would receive the corresponding step at the captain's rate. This would be implemented in the third year of the contract. There's an increase to the stipend of ALS coordinator, again, $500, and then $1,000 into the third year. We created the dive team coordinator stipend, so that's $500 per person beginning in FY23. There's a stipend for QA/QI assignment, which is $250 in the first 2 years per person, and there's 2 people in that position, and then $350 in FY23. increase in paramedic and EMT stipends. For EMT, $2,600 in the first year, $2,800 in the second year, and $3,000 in the third year. For paramedic, $7,100 in the first year, $7,300 in the second year, and $7,600 in the third year. And we removed the advanced EMT stipend. We've also eliminated the completion bonus for an advanced EMT or intermediate EMT. With the clothing allowance, the town has agreed to purchase Class A or dress uniforms upon hire. So anyone hired after July 1st of 2020 would receive that. And then we've increased degree stipends. And then we've made some revisions to a labor management advisory committee where the union formally meets with the chief. So those are the changes of the contract. The first year of the contract is estimated at about $55,000. The second year, $73,000, and the third year about $90,000, based on the changes. And I just want to thank the firefighter union, the chief, and Kim for successful negotiations.
Christy, just one clarification. The mechanic stipend, you said 500.
Oh, going up 500. So going from 3,000 to 3,500 in FY22, and then to 4,500 in FY23. Right. Yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
You passed the test, Kim.
Thank you. Chief Purcell, would you like the opportunity to comment at all?
Just wanted to say thanks to Christy and Kim. They did a great job as always, and it's been pretty easy watching. I know Kim's newer into that process, but this is my second or third time with Christy, and it's been excellent every time and very fair.
Great. Excellent. Okay.
So I'll make a motion to approve the firefighter union contract for fiscal year 21 through fiscal year 23.
Edinburgh seconds.
Okay. Any discussion by the board? Seeing, hearing none, I'll call for a roll call vote. Selectman Hashmi?
Yes.
Selectman Johnson?
Johnson, yes.
Selectman Edinburgh?
Edinburgh, yes.
And Selectman Marshall, yes. 4004 being present. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Have a good night.
Thank you, Chief. Okay. Moving on to agenda item number 5. We have a request to appoint 2 individuals to the trustees of Soldiers Memorials. Chris, you want me to take this one? Okay. So prior to this meeting, the trustees had some openings on the on its committee or board. Just as a reminder to the public, this is a committee that was established by Mass General Law 41, and the trustees are effectively responsible for the care and maintenance and keeping of 10 memorials in town. I want to thank Jim Brown for his service on the committee, and I'm very excited that John Gallina and Lydia Goldblatt have raised their hand and desire to be appointed to this to the trustees. Just as a reminder, the trustees is comprised of the chairman of the select board and 3 veterans and 2 non-veterans. And so with their addition, we're rounded out and have a full board, and that's always good news. So I will entertain a motion.
Sure. I move to appoint Lydia Goldblatt as a non-veteran member and John Gillina as a veteran member of the trustees of Soldiers Memorials for a term ending June 30th, 2023.
I second that.
Great. Moved and seconded. Thank you. Any discussion?
Just thank them for their service.
Great. Excellent. And so we'll go for a roll call vote. Selectman Hashmi?
Yes.
Selectman Johnson?
Johnson, yes.
Selectman Edinburgh?
Edinburgh, yes.
And Selectman Marshall, yes. It's 4004 being present. Thank you very much for your support and for the opportunity to be part of that great group. All right, we'll move to item number 6, which is a discussion vote to update the electrician's job description. Christy, to you or to Kim?
Oh, sorry. Kim's actually going to present this, so I'll let Kim do that.
Sure. You have a job description in your packet that has a couple of proposed changes. This is the electrician job description in the DPW. We currently have a vacancy, and as we were about to post the position, in reviewing the position with the DPW director and then with the union as well, there were 2 what right now are job requirements that we basically feel would be overly restrictive. They're not actual. One of them requires a commercial driver's license. The vehicle that the electrician drives, the primary vehicle to perform their electrician duties, does not require a commercial driver's license. This individual also does plow during the winter. If they had a commercial driver's license, it would allow them to use the larger vehicles during plowing operations or snow removal operations. However, that's not necessary. There are other vehicles they could still participate in plowing or snow removal operations without that license. Additionally, the current job description requires a response time of less than 20 minutes. That is something that it's not consistent with other job descriptions. In having discussion with the union, their recollection is there may have been restrictions in place in the past, but through either changes in the collective bargaining agreement or as job descriptions, other descriptions were updated in the past, that requirement was removed. So we're proposing to eliminate that 20-minute response time, but we are very clear that in this capacity as an electrician, and particularly with the pump station, they will be on call and expected to respond to emergencies. And again, we did review this. I met with the union, went over it with them to make sure they didn't have any concerns or objections, and they are on board with this. Our primary concern is that if we keep these requirements in the job description, we're really narrowing the potential applicant pool.
Thank you, Kim.
So I'll move to approve the amended electrician job description as presented.
Edinburgh seconds.
Okay. Discussion or questions from the board?
That makes total sense.
Yep.
I like it.
Okay, great. Call for a roll call vote. Selectman Hashmi.
Yes.
Selectman Johnson.
Johnson, yes.
Selectman Edinburgh.
Edinburgh, yes.
And Selectman Marshall, yes. 4004 being present. Thank you very much for your work on that, and thank you to the union as well for working to make those changes. Okay. We are on item number 7, and that is a discussion vote to amend the classification plan regarding the golf course, the employee position, etc. So I will turn it over to Kim and Kristen.
So this is a request based on the presentation that you heard last week from the members of the Country Club Operating Committee. We talked about the fact that the current contract with the current golf pro who manages the golf course is expiring at the end of the calendar year, and so we need to move forward with either a new RFP for that or an employee model. The recommendation from the Country Club Operating Committee that the board received was to move forward with the employee model. And so the board did not vote, but had consensus that that's the direction that we wanted to move in. And so in your packet, Kim has put together a memo, and I'll really let her speak to it, but just the idea of this information is for you to see the budget for FY21 under the contract model. So the actual budget we put forward for FY21, the budget as it would have been under the employee model if in FY21, and then a third column which shows changes that we'll need to make to the budget at the upcoming town meeting based on moving to the employee model. So I want to just clarify a couple things. One is that you all saw the email from DOR that we've certified free cash. The Country Club Operating Committee or the Country Club Enterprise Fund has $123,000 in retained earnings. So the intention and the way it's stated in the warrant is that any additional costs would come from the retained earnings. That's the proposal that we would make in terms of funding. And so you'll see in the memo that Kim provided that is about $68,000 increase to the budget for salary and wages. Additionally, the Country Club Operating Committee did meet last night, and I did have a conversation with someone who was at the meeting based on some questions they had about the numbers in the memo. And the Country Club Operating Committee would probably like to increase that number because one of the things that we didn't account for, and we're still trying to understand what the number would be, is purchasing inventory for the pro shop. So that's something that the current Golf Pro does under the model that we have now, and something that the town would be taking on. So that number would go up, but we really wanted to show you basically what the difference in sort of cost is under the two different models. So Kim, I don't know if you want to add anything. I think I just took everything away from you. Sorry about that. Kim has done all the work on this, though. She really has been. She's been meeting with, working with Jen and meeting with Dawn and Katie, and put together that memo for you in your packet.
Yeah. No, I think the only thing I'll just add is it's a difference of how we recognize the revenues and expenses. What we did is what I tried to show is we aren't necessarily talking about new expenses. They're just the way they've been treated almost on an accounting basis has been different. The current contract for the Golf Pro, under the contract, he was responsible. The town paid him a monthly contract amount for his services, and then he was responsible for certain expenses, paying those out of the revenues that he was also taking in through pieces of the operation of the course. So many of the expenses, he did pay staff. It's just he paid them out of revenues he was taking in. What I was trying to show was we need to now recognize those expenses under our accounting model. So while it shows that the adjustments we're likely going to need to bring forward for this mid-year transition to the model are around $68,000, it's also being offset by revenues that are coming in. It's just those revenues won't be recognized at the same time, again, based on our accounting model. But I think I just wanted to be clear, the expenses that we're talking about, these are primarily expenses that exist today. It's just they're funded a little bit differently, and we'll have the revenues in time to support these.
Yeah, I just like to add, unfortunately, I wasn't able to attend the meeting last night. Did talk to, as Kim said, did talk to individuals on the Country Club Operating Committee today. Did talk to Kim and Jen as well today, following up. And I think she had it spot on. It's really, while the expenses are going up, things that we talked about here, for example, the golf cart lease, that was under the, contract of the golf course pro before. Now we have to put it as an expense line, but that also means that we, as a town, benefit from all of the revenue and profit that comes from golf cart rentals, similar to also the inventory. The Country Club Operating Committee was clear that is they're not buying inventory to lose money. They're buying inventory to at a minimum break even. And the pro currently, while maybe providing more inventory than we will do in the transition year moving forward, that will be a decision again made by the new hire, will at least break even. So that cost, while it has to be expended first to buy things like golf balls and tees and golf clubs, those things that are essential to having a pro shop to run a golf course. We need to cover those expenses. We need to provide the inventory prior to us being able to recognize a revenue associated with selling them.
So we present all that so that in preparation for this vote that we're asking you to take tonight, which is to add the golf positions to the classification plan under the recreation department, and also to approve the golf course manager job description, so that we can advertise that position. We can move forward with advertising that position. And we would at a future meeting bring the part-time position job descriptions, but obviously the golf course manager job description is the most important at this point.
So Kim, as point of clarification, the hourly employees were previously paid by the golf, by the pro, as part of his current contract. Is that correct?
He was able to use the revenue. Yes.
I mean, essentially, yeah. So he got X minus that to pay for the hourly employees plus his own salary, which obviously he took. And then any revenues that he, were appropriate to his contract fell to his side of the line, so to speak. Less his own expenses on those same items.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Alan, I see you're off mute. Did you have a question?
Nope. I was ready to make the first motion if we're ready to.
Okay, yep. I'll entertain a motion.
Okay, so I move to approve the golf course manager job description as presented.
And I'll second that, Selectman Johnson.
Okay. Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Okay. Seeing none, I'll.
Sorry, Shelby.
Oh, yes. Go ahead, Syed. Sorry. Yep.
I'm fine with the motion. Forgive me, I should have asked this question before. Just out of curiosity, how many municipal golf courses does anyone know how many municipal golf courses are run by owned and run by the town? I'm just sorry, I should have asked this. It just occurred to me while we were having this discussion, so please forgive me.
You mean versus contracted out?
Yes, contracted out. Do we have a sense? Did you guys see that in your research, Kimberly or Christy, by any chance?
I don't have a number. I know that the Country Club Operating Committee and the subcommittee that was working on it did reach out to municipalities that do run their own golf course to get a sense. And actually, I know Kim and Jen both worked with a couple communities to understand their operation.
Okay.
Both models are common, I would say.
Okay.
Yeah, I think if Kim, maybe you or Jen want to comment. I think Auburn and Natick are two that are close by and two that were talked to. Auburn.
And that have their.
Yeah.
Ian, they run their golf course. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Jen, did you want to add in? I see you joined. Thank you.
Nope, I was just here listening, but that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, Auburn is who I've worked with, and I visited there. So, and I know in the study that was done a few years ago, I don't have the number, but it was of common and more reoccurring to have golf courses fall under a municipality.
Yes, that's what I recall. Okay, great. So we have a motion by Alan, seconded by Ian. Seeing no further discussion, a roll call vote. Selectman Hashmi?
Yes.
Selectman Johnson?
Johnson, yes.
Selectman Edinburgh?
Edinburgh, yes.
And Selectman Marshall, yes, 4004 being present. Do I have another motion as listed in our agenda?
Move to approve the classification plan as presented, reflecting the addition of the golf course manager position under the recreation department.
And I'll second that, Selectman Johnson.
Okay, thank you. And any discussion?
Yeah, can I just ask a question, Shelby? Sorry.
Please.
Just a little bit from maybe Kim or Christy, just briefly how we arrived at that, where we're classifying that position, if you don't mind. It looks like it's sorry, had it up here. H4 salary position, just
Yeah, so the compensation study that we had done a couple of years ago for the non-union positions had a grid within it with criteria that sort of weighted different things: education, level of responsibility, supervision, decision making in terms of how much decision-making authority they had. And so we did use that criteria to arrive at this classification.
Perfect. Good answer.
Thank you.
Glad we're still using that.
Yes.
That's why we did it.
Great. Okay, seeing no further discussion or questions, a roll call vote. Selectman Hashmi.
Yes.
Selectman Johnson.
Johnson, yes.
Selectman Edinburgh.
Edinburgh, yes.
And Selectman Marshall, yes. 4004 being present. Great. Thank you. Thanks for joining us, Jen. Appreciate it. Okay. I dare not say we are ahead of schedule, but we're ahead
You
of
just
schedule.
did. Come on. You
Did
jinxed
it. Okay, I do see that we have our 3 representatives on. I'm going to preface the next part of our agenda. So in the meantime, hopefully Senator Eldridge will join in. One second. So we have allocated 45 minutes for this segment of our agenda. I want to welcome our representatives, Carolyn Dykma, Representative Daniel Gregoire, and Representative Hannah Kane. And although he's not here to hear it, I'll recognize and welcome Senator Jamie Eldridge as well. So thank you for joining us this evening. As is customary for the board, we usually meet with our delegation. I think it's typically twice a year. And usually we're doing it in person, but of course now we're all used to this remote participation. I want to let the public know that, just remind you that at our meeting on September 8th, the board had discussion around what we wanted to discuss with our delegation. And that led to a subsequent letter that was crafted by our town manager, shared with our delegation. Then there was subsequent discussion between our town manager and the representatives and senator just to answer some questions beforehand and to make the most of the time that we would have together. So being that we do have 45 minutes, we've asked the delegation to sort of concentrate the discussion, which is reflective of our letter, into the areas of the budget, into transportation, and into pending litigation and other matters. 3 topics, 45 minutes. I'm going to keep us on track because they have busy schedules and we have a whole agenda behind us. So with respect to all of that and other presenters, again, welcome. And let's jump right into it. So Christy, one thing we didn't talk about was who's going first and how do we want to do this, but maybe the representatives have a suggestion.
Has Senator Eldridge joined yet? Or?
Good evening. This is Hannah. I don't see him on here yet.
We're a little early.
We are a few minutes early. Oh,
He
there
is
he
joining
is.
now. He is here.
Okay, give him a minute. Good evening, Senator Eldridge. Let you give a minute for technology to catch up.
So while we're waiting, just good evening, everyone. This is Carolyn. I hope everyone's healthy and well. We did have a great conversation with Christy beforehand, and we tried to delegate each member of the House delegation to cover certain topics so that the idea would be as efficient as possible with the time. So we have a little bit of a prepared agenda, if you will, here based on Christy's comments. First, we're going to start off with some of the local legislation. We've got a number of pieces of local legislation that are pending before us. We'll get an update on that. Then we'll move into the budget and cover various aspects of that, followed by the transportation piece, if that works for all.
It does. And Senator Eldridge, thank you. I just opened this segment of our agenda, welcomed everyone, and thanked the delegation for participating in the pre-work and in this meeting. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Okay. Carolyn Dykma, I'll turn it back over to you.
Great. So I'm going to in turn turn it over to Representative Gregoire, who has a couple of Westborough's bills in her committee to give us an update. Danielle, you unmuting?
Oh, there you go.
Sorry, when I was in the corner, it wasn't working. Hi, everybody. Thanks for having us. It's nice to see you all. I'm sorry for being backlit here. It's just that time of day. So I think, I'm sorry, Carolyn, I was kind of running around a little bit. We're getting a little bit of an early jump.
Yeah, if everyone else could go on mute, that would be great. Well, thank you.
So I'm reporting on the 2 local bills right now. Is that where we are? I'm sorry, I just want to make sure.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, thank you. So we have 2 local bills pending before the legislature right now. 4940, which is regarding the Green Thumb property, which is property on Route 9 that, as most of you I'm sure remember, we did an Article 97 legislation for last session. However, due to some, I guess, dissatisfaction with the current parcel owner, the property transfer never went through. Currently, there is another potential purchaser in line to buy that piece of property, and we have figured out a way in which to sever the property to make both the current landowner as well as the potential purchaser happy. And so that legislation actually was filed. We got it from the purchaser's representative, and it was filed in late July as an amendment to our economic development bill, at which time we were told that land transfers would not be accepted as amendments to underlying legislation, regardless of the subject matter. And so immediately thereafter, we filed it as a standalone bill. It was sent to the Joint Committee on Environment, Natural Resources, and Agriculture and reported out favorably with some poking and prodding from us because it was filed late, so there were additional hurdles through which we had to go. It was then sent to Ways and Means, who pulled it out as of yesterday. So we do have some movement, and I'm hoping that once we get through tonight, I'll have the opportunity to refocus on it and get it moving again so that we can get this done as soon as possible, because the purchase and sale agreement is expiring sometime soon. I know sometime in the month of September. I'm not sure of the exact date. So we know that it is timely. We are doing everything we can. I mean, this is record time for a late file. So we're doing everything we can as far as that goes. The second piece is 4970. It's actually a sliver of land on Lyman Street that was, I guess, never properly dealt with as a part of the initial transfer of the Westborough State Hospital property, and is currently being used by the town, but we just want to cross the T's and dot the I's as far as that sliver of land is concerned. That bill came to my committee, the Joint Committee on State Administration. We pulled it out last week, and it has just been sent to Ways and Means. So we will be working with Ways and Means again, and hopefully we can have both of these pieces of land wrapped up and in the proper hands in short order.
That's great. I'm going to save comments unless there are questions from the board specifically on that item. Or those 2 items, I should say. Thank you for all the work on those. It probably don't have an appreciation for all the maneuvering it takes to move such items forward. So thank you.
It's especially difficult given the circumstances because we're not always around the people who we need to be speaking with. So it adds a few steps, but I'm confident that we can get it done.
Great. Thank you very much. Yep, there you go.
Yeah, there we go. Thank you, Madam Chair. I thought I would just take an opportunity to share an update on the Eversource Worcester Feed Line project, because I know that's a topic that's of great interest to the town. I've certainly heard from some residents about that. Just to kind of share, we know that this type of project, which involves both state permitting as well as local permitting, is something that we need to work in close partnership with. So since back in January, we've had a number of contacts with the town. Just to revisit what those were, back in January, there were some public hearings that were held by the company. Both Representative Kane and Representative Gregoire attended those hearings on behalf of the delegation and reported back to Senator Eldridge and I on some of the town's concerns. Since then, we know that the board has had numerous discussions about the project and has drafted 2 letters, which have clearly outlined some of both the concerns of the town as well as some questions that the town was looking to get some information on. We, as a delegation, in our desire to really facilitate as much as possible, town getting the information that they need, sent follow-up letters to each one of those to the company, underscoring the need to respond as directly and promptly to the town's concerns as possible. So I know at this point you all have the most recent letter from Eversource, where they responded to the most recent set of concerns, and hopefully that information is helpful to you. I thought I would underscore the fact that I'm the vice chair in the committee, the House Committee on Telecommunications, Utilities, and Energy, which deals with a lot of these energy and specifically clean energy and climate issues. So I'm intimately involved with the big picture issues which the town has raised, which is fundamentally how are these local projects proposed on the ground integrating with and consistent with state policy around our goals of net zero by 2050. So we just passed some major legislation in the House. The Senate also passed climate legislation, which is currently in conference committee, but it is one of the legislative priorities to get a climate bill out before the end of the year. So I think that speaks to the priority of this issue in the legislature at large. One of the issues that the town has raised was, making sure that whatever projects happen locally, such as the Eversource proposal, how can we be sure that these projects are consistent with the goals and the statutes laid out by the state and kind of the roadmap that we create? I will say that there is a process, as you know, through the DPU, where those questions are asked. And so there will absolutely be a conversation about that, where the town will have an opportunity to get answers to their questions. And based on a conversation that I had today with Eversource, to just confirm that it is their fervent commitment, as they stated in their most recent letter, to make sure that the town is provided with as relevant a set of information through this process to answer the town's questions as possible. And we as a delegation, our role is to make sure that whatever information and whatever position that the town takes with respect to this project is clearly articulated to the company through the process, and we'll do whatever is needed to support the town's efforts in meeting its goals.
Selectman Marshall, or Chairman Marshall, I have some, can we ask questions or?
We certainly can. Go ahead.
Can I go ahead?
You may. Yes, please.
Okay. So Representative Dykema, thank you so much. So I'm sorry, I'm used to kind of plain speaking, so I just want to clarify something. My first question is, if the town comes up, the town, and I'm not speaking for the board, I will speak for myself. I have serious concerns about this project, and I'm leaning against opposing this project. So my question is, if the town or if this board decides to not support this project, is that something that you or the delegation you support that position?
It is our role, and I believe that this is shared by the rest of the delegation, that our role is to support the position of the board. So whatever the position that the board takes, which is on behalf of the residents of the town, is what we will advocate for clearly through the process.
Okay. The second question that follows along those lines is that at the same time as Eversource is, thinking about this project, it is also considering a price hike. We're in the middle of a pandemic. We've had two of the highest unemployment rates in the nation. So will you be, through your committee, will you be examining this? I mean, I'm just trying to figure out how someone can do a rate increase in the middle of a pandemic.
As you may know, Selectman Hashmi, the rate increases are all approved through a fairly comprehensive process at the Department of Public Utilities. That's not something that the legislature has any authority over. I will say that process is quite extensive, and the Attorney General generally, at least in recent years, has had a very strong influence on that process as well. With respect to that and some of the town's concerns as issued in the letter, I will also underscore that the Attorney General has also recently requested I don't remember what the procedural term is, but requested an investigation essentially or an oversight within the Department of the Public Utilities to make sure that whatever they put forward is consistent with the state's goals around clean energy. So I will say that there are a number of parties who are clearly rowing in the same direction as the town on these issues, and we will certainly make sure the town's voice is heard as well.
And then my last question just kind of addresses a more global concern. I applaud your, climate awareness, but the bigger issue that the town or the state is facing is that these companies are putting this infrastructure in, and we as residents, as customers, will be paying for this infrastructure for decades to come if they put it in. When we don't A, want it, and B, may not need it. So is there some way from the legislative side that you are going to be addressing them not putting these additional infrastructure in that we may not need? There are some legislative remedies that are possible?
Absolutely. And as I mentioned earlier, both the House and the Senate have passed some very broad-ranging, sweeping climate bills at the end of July. Those bills are in conference committee right now, and the output of that legislative effort will be parameters that require net zero by 2050. And so out of that will come a set of processes to put benchmarks in place that will then translate into regulations that will clearly affect how the utilities operate and how we're going to ensure that we reach that net zero by 2050.
And will that include future infrastructure investments by the utility companies, or putting restrictions on those?
The utilities will have to comply with the requirements laid out in the legislation and the subsequent regulatory process that comes out of that. So I would say what you're asking, I believe, Selectman Hashmi, is how are we going to ensure that the companies comply with the vision set forward by the legislature? And that is absolutely part of what will come out of this legislation.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from the board regarding this particular item? Yes, Alan.
Just for the public, we've sent, Town Manager Christy Williams on behalf of the board and the town has sent requests for information to Eversource. We've gotten responses that have been adequate. There's been follow-up with support from the legislature and our delegation, which we greatly appreciate. And the response from Eversource to me seems to be, when we go before DPU, we will have all the information that you're looking for. And so, at this point, I think we're in a bit of a waiting period, right? Until there's an official plan, there's nothing to say we disagree with officially. We know what plans they're considering. We have expectations, but I'm not sure between now and when they file with DPU, there's any further action for us to take.
Sorry.
I guess I'll just respond to that. And I would say that, the town, I believe, is interested in intervener status in that process, which will allow the town access to all of that information and to weigh in through that process. And I just want to reiterate that the company has made a commitment to paying particular attention to the town's questions and making sure that the information presented through that DPU process is also presented to the town, and not just in kind of an aggregate way, but in as specific a way as possible to respond to the town's specific concerns.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And I would just, sorry, Senator Eldridge, go ahead.
I was just going to add really quickly to Alan's question. Your analysis of the process is correct. I've dealt with
Representative Dyke, could you just mute your line for a moment? Sorry, you guys, we're getting some feedback. Thanks.
I've dealt with this in the town of Sudbury, which is also fighting a utility power line. yeah, this is the process until the application goes for the DPU. There's not as much for the town to do, but the town has done tremendous opposition to the project, and as Representative Dykem has said, I think the Westborough delegation is, take our cue from the town and appreciate your leadership, and we're, stand in unity with what the town wants to do.
Appreciate those words, and I would just add to Selectman Edinburgh's comments that I think for me personally, one of the most disappointing aspects has been sort of the Eversource's disregard, among other things, at least in their response so far, to any substantial discussion around alternatives. Hopefully, again, Representative Dykeman, to your point about their commitment to answer the questions, that will be part of the thoroughness of the process with DPU. So we'll leave it at that. And given the, Christy?
I just very quickly wanted to say that in our latest, our town council's latest discussion with Eversource, the intention is to file in mid-October, because I know that's a date that we've been watching closely.
So I want to reiterate this board's appreciation for all the work of our delegation on this matter, and your reiteration of your support of the town's standing and what the residents expect and need and want. So with that, we'll move to the next agenda item.
Sure. So this is Hannah Kane. It's great to be with all of you this evening. And as my colleague, Rep. Dykema, indicated a few minutes ago, we have endeavored to each sort of cover a section of the topics tonight. And so I'm going to kick off the budget conversation and step back just for a minute in terms of where we are sort of as a legislature right now. We're in the second year of our legislative session. Typically, we would have concluded our formal session on July 31st. But due to the pandemic and the need to perhaps be back in session to deal with anything COVID related through the end of the year, and also because we have not finalized a budget and we have 5 major pieces of legislation in conference committee right now, the chambers did vote to extend our session until essentially the beginning of January, right before our next legislative session would start. And as you're well aware, the budget is only complete through October 31st at this point. The budget was done in a 1 month for July, a 1/12 budget. And then the governor's team proposed a budget to include August, September, and October. And there were really 2 primary reasons for that at the time. The first being on the federal level, there was a great deal of lack of clarity on whether another round of relief would be coming, and if it was, what the size would be and what would be included in it. And that certainly has great implications to our fiscal year 21 budget for the state. Secondly, we're really unsure back in June and July what the tax revenue implications were stemming from the pandemic as well. And July and August are lower collection months typically for us. September tends to be a larger collection month, in part due to the federal year ending on September 30th. And so September is a lot better of an indicator in terms of what's happening with tax revenue collection. So for those 2 primary reasons, we're operating on a budget that's covering 4 months right now. In terms of when we think we will actually work on a full year fiscal 21 budget, just today was announced out of the House Ways and Means in cooperation with Senate Ways and Means and the governor's budget chief, a decision to move forward with on October 7th an economic and fiscal policy impact hearing, in which we would bring the folks back together who typically come before us in Ways and Means, generally in December, to decide consensus revenue for the coming fiscal year, but which we also did in April of this year, to give their insight and predictions into what's happening with revenue, and to also look at the expense side to some extent in terms of where we're seeing greater impacts. That meeting will be held, as I said, October 7th. And from that point on, I think we should have our tax revenue collection information in from September. Shortly thereafter, usually by mid-October, we have those final numbers in. And at that point, whether or not we proceed to do a budget at the end of October is still not known yet. But I think in terms of best guess, one of the architects, our Senate Ways and Means chair, in a public meeting the other day indicated that he wasn't sure if we would do a budget through the end of October or potentially sometime in November or waiting until January. Again, I think a lot of that stems from not understanding where the federal level is going to weigh in on this. But at this point, we have fortunately had a commitment by both branches and the governor's office to continue to hold local aid and education funding at a minimum of what we held last year in fiscal year 20. And that was something that, we wanted that statement to be made so that there was some level of certainty on the municipal level as to understanding. And certainly if we are the beneficiaries of additional federal relief, that will give us more flexibility in the budget moving forward. Some of the estimates have had us down as high as $6 to $8 billion in the red based on where we thought we would be from a tax revenue collection. Most recently, that the range is more from about 1.6 billion to about 5 billion. So again, the goal is to narrow down what we truly believe we have as a gap and then to build a budget based on that information. And certainly, as you know, over the last 5 years, we've made great strides in the Commonwealth to put additional money into the rainy day fund, which sits at about $3.5 billion right now. And, the good news is we have that. The other side of that is we certainly don't want to be spending all of that down in one cycle. We also don't know what fiscal year 22 is going to look like. And so we want to make sure that we're cautious in terms of spending our reserves, given where the future is at. In terms of the tax revenue collection piece, we have seen in the 2 months that have come in so far, we're actually trending about 3% higher than we were last year at this time. And despite the fact that we do have, until recently, we have the highest, and now we are fortunately not the highest unemployment rate in the country, but we've moved down a bit. There was a great deal of concern, I think, again, in the spring with our high unemployment, what that would mean to tax revenue collection. Unfortunately, many of the people who have been impacted on the unemployment side tend to be in lower income positions. And for that reason, it's a belief that perhaps our tax revenue is not going to be as impeded as we once thought it might be. And that may be what we're seeing. Again, there's really not enough data there yet to know these things for sure. But so far, we are seeing our tax revenue come in a little bit above where we had pegged it to be, which is good news. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Rep. Dykema to walk through sort of our local aid numbers in terms of Westborough specific.
Thanks, Rep. Kane. You did a great job, as always, covering the material. So I will be fairly brief. I will just underscore, one of the things about local revenue collections that's worth mentioning is it has become incredibly clear to all of us how dependent our economy is on our K-12 schools and our child care facilities in making sure that our residents can get back to work. I think it's been fairly striking how childcare is so interrelated to people's ability to fill workforce needs. So that is a whole another conversation. I guess I'll just take an opportunity to really say thanks to the schools for the incredible work that they are doing and really turning around on a dime and responding to a lot of these orders that are really difficult to respond to, and they've really stepped up and done a great job. So that's certainly worth recognizing. And I would say that the legislature at large recognizes that, and we're really paying a lot more attention to the childcare piece because there are a lot of questions there and less of an infrastructure to be able to answer those questions. For Westborough specifically, Rep. Kane had mentioned that as a result of clearly a lot of pressure and advocacy on the part of the legislature to make sure that cities and towns had some idea of what the local aid numbers, and the governor did commit to level funding Chapter 70 and the other funds to level fund with fiscal year 20, which we realized that there are a lot of unintended additional expenses that go along with COVID that make, kind of the business as usual budgeting difficult. We know there are a lot of supplies, COVID supplies, masks, hand sanitizer, cleaning materials, and things like that go along with both schools as well as town departments. And so I just wanted to highlight the fact that Westborough did receive the share or the allocation of the Federal CARES Act money, which the number I have is essentially $1.7 million, which could be used for those types of expenses to offset whatever additional COVID expenses the town may see. So that is a reimbursement process, and the town, I believe, is keeping track of those expenses to be able to be reimbursed. But that is, some additional funding to be able to offset some of the local expenses. And I now want to turn it over to Rep. Gregoire, because the delegation has been advocating for additional funding for the town wherever possible through the legislative process. And she can highlight some of that for you. Danielle, you there? You're muted.
Move the mouse over your image. You'll see a bar at the bottom of the screen. You can click on the red microphone.
I got it. Thank you. I was clicking on the one in my little box. That's the problem. Sorry, guys. Good thing I'm not doing remote learning, because everybody would be in trouble. So just to follow up briefly on Rep. Dykema's point, we always, as a delegation, advocate for additional funds for the town. Wherever we see an opening, we jump right through it. And to that end, last year in the fiscal budget, in the FY20 budget, we received $50,000 for the purchase and installation of commercial grade air conditioning units at Forbes Community Building. And this year, in several other pieces of legislation, we've gone to the wall, gone to bat for the town. So in our IT bond bill, which came out of my committee as well this year, we got over $30,000 for the library project for updated furniture, equipment, tablets, services, internet technology, and a whole package that the library was looking for. In a special COVID-related sub-budget that the House did earlier this year, we received $25,000 for the food pantry and $10,000 additional for the town for any PPE or other equipment that might be necessary for employees and residents. In the transportation bond bill that we did earlier this year, the House allocated $250,000 for parking improvements at the commuter rail station. And sort of the list goes on, and a lot of the priorities that we've been able to accomplish are general and would apply to multiple municipalities. But those are just some of the ways in which we're fighting for the town. And again, whenever a bill comes up where there is going to be money available, we usually put our heads together and reach out to folks in the town to see what's most needed. And we're going for, what you need. We're not just coming up with priorities on our own and, trying to figure things out. So we're grateful for the relationship that we have with you folks, and moving forward, it's going to be even more critical to have all four of our voices at the table, because we have no idea what we're looking at right now, which is scary, but it's also nice to know that you have folks that have been able to deliver and will be able to continue to do that. And I don't know who's next. I'm bad at following the list. Sorry, guys.
Am I up now?
You are on, Senator.
Great. So thanks so much, and I'll be brief. The House delegation has just done a great job of presenting our common work, and I really want to first of all just praise Representative Representative Gregoire, because talking about those local bills, as she said, to get those bills reported out of committee and moving so quickly, that's pretty rare. And obviously on the Senate side, we'll just be waiting to get those through once they pass the House. As I think Representative Dykema has just been a tremendous leader on environmental issues, and her focus on Eversource, a real knowledge in those areas, and the laws that either impede environmental considerations or move things forward. And then Representative Kane just really has a real handle on the financial situation for the state and the realities. And I think it's important for all of us just to be upfront about what those realities are going forward, because to Representative Kane's point, it's actually been a surprise that the legislature has been able to level fund Chapter 70 and unrestricted local aid. I think a lot of us were worried that a few months ago there would be cuts. But we all also recognize that, level funding also creates a lot of gaps. And I know talking to Christy yesterday, just talking about some of the decisions Westborough's already had to make with certain cuts. So certainly mindful of the revenue picture. And, we'll see if a federal stimulus comes through. Representative Kane mentioned the Economic Summit October 7th. So I think that Chairman Mike Rodricks, the Senate Ways and Means Chairman, was talking about a possible $5 billion of gap of revenue. So that's certainly very concerning. And I think it's important to realize that, that therefore impedes our ability, to fund new programming. So, in the letter, the memo that Christie sent us, everything from, covering COVID-19 mandates to, Chapter 90 funding, to community health initiatives, to, discussions around rent relief. It's just hard for the legislature to pass any new programs because of the revenue picture. And so until that's a clear picture, it's going to be harder to pass, new programs. I would just highlight is that, despite those challenges, the legislature has prioritized transportation. So, one of the conference committees that was mentioned is the transportation bond bill. So, that's really critical, including for the 495-90 interchange. But also, I know that one of the tours I think we're looking to schedule soon is the Boston-Worcester rail trail, which I know the town and, folks like Don Burns have done a tremendous amount of work on. So we're looking for that tour. And, we all sent our letter in support for the Mass Works grants. That's a great, great project. And then it was mentioned near the end of the memo about rent relief and the eviction moratorium. So that's certainly something I'm very concerned about. And I know Selectman Edinburgh has done a tremendous amount of work on housing. And I know the town's in the process of creating the Westborough Affordable Housing Trust Fund. Is that just so the board knows, is that the eviction moratorium that we passed is in place till at least October 17th. It's the governor's discretion to extend that. We're not sure if he will. Because we're not sure what will happen, there's been a new bill filed called the Housing Stability Act, which would provide protection for tenants who have been impacted, including economically, by COVID-19. So it's not a full moratorium, but it does provide some protection for tenants that are impacted by COVID. But it also provides financial relief for small property owners. So we've certainly heard from a lot of the sort of mom and pop, landlords that, they're not, large real estate companies, they're falling behind on their expenses because tenants aren't paying, often aren't paying rent. So the bill also includes funding for that. So that's in the Housing Committee. So that's something the Housing Committee is looking at. And I think as far as what happens this fall, besides budget and the conference committees, I do think the legislature should take a look at taking action on housing. And I think, as was mentioned in the letter that we sent you, we have passed in the sub budget some raft assistance and also rental assistance to provide to people across the state. So hopefully folks in Westborough that are falling behind on their rent can access that. But certainly we want to hear, what people are going through in Westborough and how we can better respond as we take up hopefully the rest of the full year budget later this year. So thanks again, and appreciate you inviting us tonight.
Representative Dykem, I'm going to, since you're sort of looks like managing the agenda here.
I was just waiting to see if there were any questions for the senator before we kind of move on to the next up.
Yep.
Anyone have any?
I don't have any questions for the senator, but I do have questions for the delegation about the budget. So I don't know how you want to do that.
Yep, now's the time. Go ahead.
Okay. So a couple of comments regarding the budget. One is I think it's worth remembering, certainly for the board and any of the residents that are listening in, that the unrestricted government aid, which the delegation is talking about, which provides funding for our municipal services and helps offset some of the expenses of running the town, was disproportionately cut during the Great Recession, and still is below $200 million below fiscal 2008 levels, without adjusting for inflation. And as a result of this, from fiscal 19 to fiscal 2018, local aid has to towns, cities, and towns has shrunk from 28% of municipal revenues to 19%. So that difference, that 9% difference, has had to be made by residents and property tax owners. This reduction happened in the middle of quote unquote a economic recovery. So there was a time when we could have invested in our towns. We didn't. I appreciate the fact that the legislative delegation is talking about level funding, but there was a time to increase funding to our towns, not 50,000 here, not 10,000 here, but significant increases back to 2008, which we didn't do. So that's my first question. The second question I have, or the comment I have, is about the budget process. If memory serves me, last year the supplemental budget was not completed, I believe, till December 2019, for a fiscal year that, as you have said, ended in July 31st. Now, according to the comptroller of Massachusetts at that time, this budget delay cost us over $30,000 in lost interest. So my question is, and I grant this was last year, but what did the delegation do about the fact that there was such a delay and that we lost so much? I mean, $30,000 a day in lost interest is serious money. And that was something that, we could have used as towns and cities. That's one. The second is, what did you say? How did you respond? The second question is that because we are now we are going through these supplemental budgets, will we be losing that lost interest again?
So I don't know if I'll be able to answer your questions, but the supplementary budget, that's different from the state budget. So we pass sub budgets fairly often. I think we all talked about the sub budget we passed this year, which was a lot of COVID-19 relief, and a lot of that money came from the federal stimulus. So sub budgets are pretty frequent. They happen fairly often, and generally they're just to restore accounts like sheriffs or mass health that get depleted based on different uses. So I personally think we're financially responsible in that sense. And in terms of the unrestricted local aid, I think it's important to realize that really until even 2014, 2015, we were still recovering from the Great Recession. So there really wasn't that revenue to invest to significantly increase unrestricted local aid. I think the expectation that we were going to begin doing that, and now because of the pandemic, we don't have that revenue. So it's important to consider beyond the cost of schools in towns and cities. You look at the cost of healthcare, which goes up dramatically. So there's a lot of different needs that we need to take care of. And, we certainly have always prioritized local aid in Chapter 70. And remember, we did pass the Student Opportunity Act last year to help increase education funding, but now we're in a very different situation and just trying to reassess, which I think we've all highlighted what we're doing right now.
And that's, I guess, that kind of segues perfectly into the question I was going to ask next. All of you in the delegation have talked about the difficulties in the revenue picture and getting additional revenue. I'm wondering what the delegation has done about looking at additional sources of revenue. For instance, you talked about mass health, which compromises, correct me if I'm wrong, almost 40% of the state budget. Now, one of the simplest or easiest fixes to that would have been to, reduce drug costs. And there was I believe a bill that was considering doing that, but then that was shelved by you guys in 2018. So I'm just wondering, A, are you going to be looking at additional sources of revenue to improve our revenue picture and potentially take the burden off, individual taxpayers? That's one. The second is, will you be looking at mechanisms that, since Mass Health is such a big part of the budget, looking at reducing drug costs and so that we could get some savings? Again, this could be money that could be utilized by towns, by our residents.
I guess I'll offer some thoughts on healthcare, and I appreciate your comments, Selectman Hashmi, about the cost of pharmaceuticals, which honestly, after significant healthcare reforms that we have done over the years, I think one of the success stories that we can talk about in Massachusetts is the cost of healthcare, the annual rate increases in terms of the cost increases year over year have come down substantially. At one point, we were looking at 11% increases in the cost of healthcare per year, and we are now down very close to the benchmarks of around 3% per year, which is much closer to the cost of inflation. So the one exception to that success story is the cost of pharmaceuticals. And you are correct that there have been a number of proposals put forward around, controlling those costs. There's been extensive conversation, and even in two of the healthcare bills that were released last session, which didn't actually make it across the finish line, contained a component of that. I think one of the things it's worth paying attention to when you're here in Massachusetts, which perhaps underscores the challenges around this conversation. We all realize the need, clearly, but we also have a large workforce base in biotech and pharmaceutical industry that has a very real stake in these conversations. And I think we have to have a real stake in these conversations because those are jobs for our residents. So it's a very careful balancing act that we need to undergo when we're making these decisions about pricing. It's still very much an active conversation, and one of those things that will be a major component of healthcare legislation going forward, I assume. I will add that with respect to healthcare, that COVID has really provided an opportunity for us around telehealth, which has been a conversation for a very long time and holds real promise for providing more efficient, lower cost, quality healthcare. And I think this has been a great little pilot program almost through COVID and seeing just how well it works. I had a couple of doctor's appointments online, and it was great. I was surprised at how smooth it was. So there's legislation pending now before in conference committee that is looking to expand that telehealth access and make it easier for the rest of COVID as well as COVID and beyond. So costs of healthcare are coming down. We're still working on it, and there's more progress to be made.
Actually, if you don't mind, I just would like to just apologize.
Syed, I'm actually going to, since you've asked several questions, I'm going to allow one more member of the delegation to speak on this. And then we're going to transition into transportation because we submitted several questions and we really haven't touched on that. I think that was, and I want to make sure we cover things we're running up against our time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to add very briefly a couple of things regarding financial stability. When we were recovering from the Great Collapse or the Great Recession, whatever you would like to call it, Selectman Hashmi, we took into account financial stability also for the future. So we didn't just spending money as soon as we received it. There is a reason that this state has the highest bond rating possible from the bonding agencies and can borrow money at the lowest amount of interest possible. We have the highest rainy day fund we've ever had, which with the forethought of the leadership of the folks in the House and the Senate, we're going to need next year and the years following. So I think those are two things that I would point out. You raised new revenue. as a way to help folks out, but then at the same time mentioned new revenue and allaying the burden on the taxpayers. Well, new revenue has to come from somewhere, and 9 out of 10 times it comes from the taxpayers. So I think those are two very challenging and very dichotomous things that you raised there. And we do often look at new revenue. I took a vote to increase the sales tax in 2009. And there were votes earlier this year, at least by the House and I think by the Senate also, to increase potentially the gas tax. So we are looking for new ways to gain revenue to put back into our cities and towns. But we do that with a heavy mind as to how it will impact taxpayers on a day-to-day basis. And then with regard to the prescription issue, I think Representative Dykema handled it unbelievably well, so I would defer to her on that. But I just caution against the sort of phraseology that I've heard you use a couple of times now, which is you guys and, you know, the legislature as a whole. The bottom line here is that we have 199 colleagues, 159 in the House for me, and 59 in, Anyway, and the senator has his colleagues as well. We have 200 people that we're working with, and we have to reach a consensus between everyone. And sometimes that doesn't happen. And sometimes we have to compromise, just like you do as a member of the Board of Selectmen. So I would just caution against the use of the phraseology that you're lumping everyone in together, because we're all just trying to advocate for our constituents and advocate for everyone. And I think that our presence here tonight is proof positive that we might not always even agree amongst the four of us, but we're here and we're trying to do the best we can. And that's all we can do every day when we go to work.
Okay, thank you. Rep. Dykema, I'll turn it back over to you in the agenda.
Sure. I'm going to just quickly say that there were quite a few items on the list that Christy had sent over. And when we spoke, knowing that we probably wouldn't be able to get to everything, we identified a few that we were going to respond to in writing. So I just wanted to bring it to the board's attention that Christy does have some additional information we're not going to be able to cover tonight, but you do have information for later reading materials. And so now we're going to finish up on the transportation conversation. I'm going to turn it over to Rep. Kane to cover some of the projects that we're working on.
Sure. So I'm going to quickly walk through 3 different projects to give an update. The first being the Westborough commuter rail parking lot. As you know, when we came to the Board of Selectmen, I think 3 years ago, one of your priorities was asking for our assistance in helping to expand parking options at the commuter rail lot. This was something that Rep. Dykema and I have been working on, as well as members of the Worcester-Framingham commuter rail line working group, because parking was really, for the most part, completely taken up very early in the morning at most commuter rail lots on the Worcester-Framingham line. So there were really 2 pieces that we worked on. One was to add some on-street parking, and that is something which I'm happy to see. I saw the line striping out there today when I took a drive by, and happy to see that we've progressed on those spots. The other piece was a little bit of a longer term, which was expanding the actual footprint of the parking lot and adding, I think 52 spots we had identified could be added. That was in the process of being worked on and in construction design with the MBTA and in the sourcing of the funds to take on that project. Unfortunately, because of the COVID impact to the MBTA's financing, that is one of the projects that is currently on hold. On the flip side, when I did drive by the commuter rail lot station today at 1:30 p.m., there were 11 cars in the parking lot. So right now, I think between the pandemic itself, the impact that has caused many to look at, from both the employer and the employee, do we really need people commuting in and out of the city or to another suburb 5 days a week? Or, perhaps could we have some of our workforce working remotely? And with the addition of the spots that we did add on to Smith Parkway, I think that at least for the near future, we should be okay with the parking spots that we have. But this will be something that we will stay on. We did also get into the transportation bond bill, which is in conference committee right now, $250,000 to help with the parking lot. The challenge is, even if we are able to keep it in the transportation bond bill, that requires it being put into one of the capital plans moving forward. And again, I think that the possibility of that happening is very low for the foreseeable future, given the high capital demands that are on the Commonwealth's plate. But again, we will stay on that as a delegation and certainly monitor that. The second project I was
Kane, if I may, I just want to add to compliment, your observation about parking. I know it's just today in a spot in time, but I think the town, the delegation, I'm sure, are aware of the launch of VIA. And we're really, really excited about that and the positive impact that will have, not only on helping transportation and addressing parking issues, but also helping with transportation issues that are often a challenge for single vehicle owners here right in town of a variety of ages. So, in spite of the delay, which is disappointing, I think it's there are good things that are coming out of this, and the work that's been done by the town and working with the WRTA and others. It's I think paying itself forward today. So it'd be interesting and exciting to see that play out over time.
Absolutely. The second project that you had inquired about was the Route 495 and I-90 interchange, which has been on the plans for a while and is moving closer and closer to fruition. As you know, this is one of the highest incident interchanges for accidents in the state and was prioritized because of that. In addition, when we removed the tolls, which was overall a good, certainly positive step from having the toll booths there, but in particular at this interchange, it actually made it a bit less safe because now you had no slowing down and people are crossing over, changing lanes. So right now we are on a timeline that would have construction beginning in late 2022 and running until either 2026 or early 2027. We had some fantastic news the other day from our federal delegation partners. They were able to secure $21 million from the United States Highway for this project. That $21 million grant will go towards the price tag that we will be paying. And it was really terrific news and great advocacy on their part to be able to land those dollars for us. The selection was made to move forward with one of the alternatives. And so they're moving forward with a draft EIR right now at Mass Highway and pushing forward the work that they'll need to finalize on permitting. So there will be more opportunities certainly for, public information sessions and public comments, but the project is proceeding again, which we are pleased with. And I know that Rep. Dagma also has an update, I believe, on our schedule of the Trail Impacts Tour, if you want to jump in.
Thanks, Rep. Kane. And just so we know that the Bewalt Trail has been long on the town's radar, and Don Byrne and a number of others have been really advocating for a long time to see whether we could incorporate improvements to the trail and better passage through the trail into the 495-90 project. It is in a sort of the same general area, and we've been advocating for that for some time. I know the town has as well, and sent a letter. Most recently, the town received a letter back from MassDOT in response to its concerns. The bottom line is that the area is outside of the construction envelope for the 495-90 project. So it is not going to be possible for a number of reasons to include all of those improvements in this project. But what I think is promising is MassDOT has committed to ensuring that nothing happens in the area that would prohibit those improvements from being made in the future. And we certainly will advocate for whatever funding may be available for those improvements. But a good next step, we thought, would be to take folks out to the site area and really look at what we're talking about. I haven't been out there myself, and it's I will say it's a little difficult to understand exactly what the project really looks like on the ground without seeing it. So, Christy was great about, kind of coordinating with us to get something on the docket. So I think, Christy, in that email we sent earlier, there were 2 dates that both MassDOT as well as the majority of our delegation can make. So whichever of those dates works best for the town. I think Rep. Kane could make the 7th and could not make the 30th, but otherwise we can all make both dates. So we'll just wait for the town to hear. And MassDOT, obviously, for COVID reasons, would like to keep the group fairly limited to the extent that we can, because we'll have to be socially distant. But we can certainly summarize what we see and maybe take some pictures and post those for others who might be interested. I also just wanted to underscore, Rep. Kane had mentioned the $21 million that the congressional delegation got for the 495-90 project at large. And I thought it was, sometimes we don't take the time to acknowledge some of our successes. And I just want to recognize the delegation, both state and federal, that this project literally almost fell off the docket and had been taken off the CIP, despite the fact that time and time again, working with the 495 Metro West Partnership, it came up as a real concern for employers in the region, the amount of gridlock and backup and how difficult it was for their employees to get to work. That's a concern for all of us. And it really was a testament to the town, working with the delegation, both state and federal, to as well as the lieutenant governor, who I give a tremendous amount of credit for really pushing this and getting it back, not only back on the radar again, but actually, putting some funding behind it. And now we have this and we're getting really close. So just a great, good story. Next, I know Alan had brought up this notion of vision, our transit vision for the future, which I thought is a great question. I served on the Real Vision Advisory Board, which was intended to look at not the grand vision, which I think Alan was talking about, which is not the hub and spoke model, but really an interconnected, decentralized model that would connect everywhere. Needless to say, we made some great headway in the Real Vision. We focused a lot and made a lot of progress raising awareness on the Worcester-Framingham commuter rail line needs. But now with COVID, as you've probably seen in the newspaper, the MBTA is really having to step back and look at their priorities and what we're really going to be able to accomplish going forward. And long story short, there will be a process called Forging Ahead, which the state has or the MBTA has just kicked off, that will do an analysis of the need, as well as what dollars can be put toward that need. And it is going to be very important for us to be involved in this conversation, because it's expected that the focus will be shifting toward those areas that provide service to people who have no other option for transportation. I think most of us would agree that most people who live out here have a car, or a lot of people have a car. I think we're going to really have to push to make sure that the commuter rail is not forgotten about, and that there are people out here who do rely on the commuter rail to get to work, whether that be in Boston or in Worcester. So that is a formal process. There will be an opportunity for public comment. I did speak to MassDOT, and they seem to think that comment period will be sometime at the end of October, beginning of November. So we'll make sure that the town is aware of that background and any opportunities to provide comment when they become available. They did commit to, making a regional presence in every area that would be affected, and we underscored the desire to have a focus both on the Metro West and on the commuter rail specifically.
So, Shelby, shall I wrap up with the one last piece of the transportation and then do?
Yes, please, go ahead.
So the last piece that we wanted to brief you on was the Alston Multimodal Project, and you are probably aware the viaduct on I-90 coming into the city where you go around Boston University is structurally deficient and needs replacement. And that has also sort of prompted a look at that site as a whole, because the rail yard is no longer in use there, and the way that the turnpike makes the big swing out before it comes back in, has really blocked development there. And so this Alston multimodal project is really an opportunity to not only deal with the viaduct, which is structurally deficient, but also to realign Interstate 90 and Soldiers Field Road, and to build a new multimodal West Station on the property there that would also service not only the existing neighborhood, but also clearly the development that is envisioned in that large tract of land that can be freed up to move forward once the road is moved. This is a very, very large project pegged at $1.2 billion right now, and I'm sure that's not where it's going to end up by the time it actually shovels start in the ground, but also to take 8 to 10 years to construct. And as you know, it's impacting all lines of commuting into the city of Boston or out of the city of Boston for people who are moving in that direction. So you have not only the proposal of closing one lane down on the Mass Pike pretty much for the duration of the project on each side to deal with the construction aspects, but also potential impediments to having the two tracks being fully utilized during the project. And the real reason for that is because it's a very small footprint for a very particular part of that project. And it's sort of right when you go by BU, there's an area there called the Throat. And it's a very small slice where you need to fit in not only the Mass Pike and Soldiers Field Road, but also the commuter rail line, as well as access to the Charles River. And so you have many, many pieces moving in a very small place on its own. And then when you're actually trying to build new while you're allowing the existing to work, it becomes very complicated. For that reason, it has taken about 6 years right now for the planning work to go on this project, thinking through what is the best way to move forward. I serve on the Alston task force as representing the Central Mass Caucus, and much of the discussion at the task force meetings are really on the footprint centric. A lot of the people who make up the task force are people who are living in that area or employers in that area. And so what we have endeavored to do as the delegation representing the commuters is to really stay focused on what we would need to do to mitigate the detrimental impacts of not only the construction period of time, but potentially even longer moving forward. And so for us as a delegation, both your Westborough delegation, but as well as your Metro West and your Central Mass delegation, we've been focused on ensuring that the planning work occurs alongside the project planning work. There needs to be ahead of time the mitigation planning work to make sure that we're making the investments and we're doing the things that we need to do so that people can continue to commute into the city or out of the city in a way that isn't certainly worse than what it already is. And what it is right now is not pleasant. This also maps to the work that we've continued to do as a delegation to put investments into public transportation. This is a priority for all of us, not only for the reasons of enabling commutes, but also for the environmental reasons. We're well aware of the impacts of transportation emissions on the environment. And so we spend a lot of time doing what we can to make sure that public transportation is available. And as Rep. Dykema just said, that's going to become more of a challenge in the next couple of years for us, but something that we are committed to. I believe that Christy did send out in advance 2 letters that the delegation has been part of in terms of advocating for this mitigation work, and we will continue on that. There was supposed to be some movement this month on the project in terms of sort of solidifying what's the preferred alternative to move forward through the federal permitting process. That has been delayed right now as we really try to come to consensus with all the parties involved in this decision about what is the best way to move forward. This is a project that will be with us for hopefully 50 to 75 years. And you want to make sure that you're really planning not just for now and the foreseeable future, but for that longer term in terms of what's best, not only certainly for the neighborhood and for commuters, but also for the city in general and the neighborhood adjacent to it. And so, we will continue that work to advocate for commuters from this region.
Well, certainly the pandemic has shed an interesting light on all of this and work that's being done from home and can be done from home and in different ways of continuing life as we know it. So in some ways, it's probably good timing for that because it creates a lens to which the project may not have been seen before. I don't want to cut anyone off from the delegation. I do want to be mindful of time and other presentations to follow as you get to continue on with your day and our meeting continues. Is there anything else from the delegation? I'm seeing none. On behalf of the entire board and our town, I want to thank you for all the great work that you have done, evidence from the preparation that went into our discussion tonight, the letters we've received as copies, and your commitments going forward on a variety of topics. So thank you for all that you do. Be safe, continue the good work, and thanks for being part of tonight's meeting.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you all.
Thanks so much. Have a good rest of the meeting.
Thank you all.
Thanks. And you're welcome to stay on if you really
Thank you.
want.
Well, I just wanted to make sure, Madam Chair, that everyone knows that just because we do this meeting once a year doesn't mean that you don't always have the opportunity to reach us and get us and ask us questions. We love that opportunity and we appreciate when you take us up on it.
Yeah, and thank you for pointing that out, Representative Gregoire. I think that message really has to extend beyond this board. So I think that for those who have interacted with all of you, they know how accessible you all are, and that you take the time to listen and provide solutions and really understand the process of what it takes to get the work done. So we know you're accessible and that you listen, but I want to make sure that the Westborough residents know that as well. So thanks for pointing that out. Okay. Great. Well, again, you're welcome to stay on, but I'm sure you have other things to do.
Thanks. Good night, everyone.
Good night. Okay, fantastic. Lots of information there. I think my pen ran out of ink. Okay, so we are moving into agenda item number 9, which is a presentation by the Public DPW Director regarding the road management plan. And I see Chris Pant is on and our Assistant DPW Director, Derek Sari, and I think Lisa Lane is on as well. Welcome, everyone.
Thank you.
All right, great. I'm going to turn it over to you guys.
All right, good evening. I think I can pull something up here to present and then we'll get going. Can everybody see that? Some slides?
Yes, we can.
Okay. All right. So good evening. As mentioned, joining me are Derek Sari, the Assistant Director, and Lisa Lane, the Town Engineer, both important participants in this process so Lisa's really responsible for leading us, to the point where we can execute. So she's doing the planning, and then Derek helps us with the execution of our road management plan. And so tonight, cognizant of time and knowing that you've had an opportunity to see these slides ahead of time, these slides are a version of these are already posted to the website for residents to take a look at. The intent here is just really to give an informational update on, how we manage our road program here in Westborough. You can see what we're going to talk about, and we'll get started. So first off, in terms of the approach, important to understand that we, as we've said multiple times, we try to base everything we do on some sort of industry standard. So in this case, the chart here in the center that I'm not going to be talking about specifically, but it's a representation of a model that's used by Mass DOT, the Federal Highway Administration, towns around Massachusetts as a way to manage roads. And so the two key points here are you've got this line that hopefully you can see my cursor I'm highlighting, but the top half of the chart is if you can maintain your roads, in a way that's consistent with keeping them in good condition over a period of time, you're going to have more success and essentially save money, as opposed to waiting till the road, is used to a point where it's deteriorated too bad that you have to do extensive work to repair it. And so the idea is that we're staying in this green area, which is the top of the chart. So we're just spending less money to maintain our roads and keep them lasting longer. So to do that, the town was fortunate enough to fund a study last year in 2019 where we hired a consultant to conduct an assessment of all of our roads. This is a common practice amongst many towns in Massachusetts. And this consultant used a technique where they ran a robot essentially over every road, taking an image every 10 feet or so. And that captured a picture. That all that data was put into a magical machine that did some analysis and came out with basically an evaluation of our town and all our roads. And so this chart is just a representation of what the output was. The intent is not necessarily to read everything on this chart, just to show that we have a graphic that identifies the condition of our roads. And this translates into a spreadsheet that's every road in town and gives a rating from a scale of 1 to 5. And you can see that the majority of the roads here are in the green yellow range, which is a good thing for us, because that's where we want to be. And our town roads are generally in good condition. So this is our guide point for how we approach road maintenance. So with that information, we get to the point that most people are interested in, which is, when is my road going to be addressed or fixed or worked on? And so, step one is getting our assessment, which is this chart on this box on the left, which says road condition. So we've done a technical analysis through this study. This study was done by a consultant, as I mentioned, Green International, which happens to be the same consultant. Not happens, it's important that they are the consultant that we're using to guide us through the Complete Streets process. So they've done this analysis of the technical, condition of our roads. And we, as the DPW, take that assessment and blend it with all of these other factors to come up with a list of roads that need to be worked on over the course of a year. And so those factors are pretty key. So funding, all of this road work is funded through the Chapter 90 program, which is an allotment, from the state every year. This year, we were fortunate to receive a grant as part of the Shared Streets program, which was a COVID-related grant program that covered many things, but in our case, we were able to use it to apply to some sidewalk ramp and ADA-related requirements. And so we merged that with an ongoing road project that we have on West Street this year. Ongoing projected capital projects. So, we just talked about, or we just heard talk about the potential Eversource gas line, and that potentially could come along Flanders Road. So when we're looking at roads that need to be repaired or resurfaced, part of the process is to make sure we're not doing things twice. And so so Flanders Road, there's a lot of things happening on that road potentially. So, the 495 bridge is going to be replaced, and that's going to impact a section of that road. Extension of West Park Drive and the development of an intersection there, that's going to affect the road. And then potentially the gas line on that road. So we take that into consideration, because we're not going to go pave that road, this summer, only to tear it up over the coming couple of years. And I think that may be kind of obvious, but we want you all and the town to know that we take those things into consideration. And so as we look at the list from a technical standpoint, this box here, the road might be identified for repair in a certain year, but we're going to balance that with other things that are happening and make sure it makes sense with how we're spending our money. This point here, pedestrian requirements. So think we all know we're members of the Complete Streets program, and right now we're going through that process to develop our prioritization list. And that absolutely has to feed into how we're managing our roads. We don't want to do things twice. And so if we're going to be out on a road and we know we're going to be doing some repairs, potentially resurfacing a road, and it's decided that we want to add a bike lane or paint some new stripes on the road to indicate a bike lane, or whatever the case may be, we want to make sure we're incorporating those considerations into our project list. And so that's important, and we recognize that. In terms of road treatment, so right now we really have two ends of the spectrum. So we come through and basically cut off the top portion of the bad pavement and put new pavement down, which is what you've seen many places around the town. The other end of the spectrum is what people like to call the squiggly lines all over the road, which is it's a sealant that you use to preserve your road, and that's a less expensive way to extend the life of your road. But there are treatment techniques that are in between those two ends of the spectrum, and we're exploring those as future options that we should consider as we maintain our roads. And the study that we had completed last year offers many recommendations on different treatment types. And those treatment types are just ways that we can efficiently use our money, extend the life of our roads, and have roads that remain or are in good condition, which is really what we need to do. And then the last point there is highlights preparatory work required. So there's a lot of things that are under our roads, and specifically drainage. And so it doesn't help us to go out and pave a road when we haven't fixed things that are under that road that need to be addressed, in particular the drainage. And so before going out and paving a road, we need to go to those roads and we fix catch basins and structures that are in the road, manholes and structures in the road that have been in disrepair. That effort is extensive in some cases, and so we have to balance the work required with the timing we have. And so potentially, if there's extensive drainage repair that needs to be done, then that could impact the timeline for that road being repaired. So while the road condition list may say it's recommended for next year, we may have to make some adjustments based on work that we know has to be done, in addition to the surface of the road, because this condition assessment was purely looking at, the surface of the road, and it's our responsibility to make sure we're looking at kind of all dimensions of the road, including underneath. So all of that added together gives us, a road list that we use for the season, and over the course of the summer, we address our roads. And that road list, you look around the town and we've paved about 6 roads this summer, but really the road list is about 25 or 30 roads and potentially even more, because that road list includes all of the other treatment techniques that we're using. And specifically this year, it was the crack sealing. So it's a pretty extensive list, but hopefully this gives you an idea of how we come up with that list. It's not random. It's not arbitrary. It's based on, input from a variety of sources. So once we have this list, the next step is to schedule the work and inform residents. And so we do that in a number of ways. So first off is we post the list on social media and the website, communicating the list of roads that are going to be worked on over the course of the season. Then as individual roads are scheduled, we contact the abutters of that road specifically, so they know there's going to be work along their section of road, and we may remain in contact with them throughout the project. But that process happens over the course of the season as we address different roads throughout the town. And then after that, we execute the road and project complete. So that's how we're approaching it. Our goal, because we're not quite there yet, is that we can present to the town a outlook that is potentially 2 to 3 years of forecasted road improvements. Right now, we're about a season out. So, I think that's helpful, but I think it's probably more helpful if we can give kind of a longer term look so people understand where they fit in the process if they're interested in a particular road. And that's our goal. I think we can probably get there by next season, which is what we set as an internal goal for ourselves to be able to communicate something that's a little longer term to the community in terms of how we are going to address roads. So in terms of opportunities, the previous slides were just about the road itself, but I think we all recognize that there's more to the road than just that black surface between the two curbs. I mean, there's sidewalks and other things associated with the road. And so when we are doing what was just mentioned on the previous slides, looking at the roads, we're also, looking for the sidewalks. So if we go into a neighborhood and address a road, we want to make sure we're addressing sidewalks as well, if that's necessary. And in some cases, that's not necessary because the sidewalks may be good, but in many cases, the sidewalks are not in good shape. And so we want to address those all at the same time as a package. Mass DOT Complete Streets funding, we mentioned that, but that's important because we're going through a process right now where we're developing a prioritization list that the community has provided extensive input to, and all of those requirements are going to be joined together in a list that's not just the DPW, but this is a list that's going to be compiled and looked at by a working group of many members across the town and the BPAC, and that list informs our future road projects, because we want to make sure that we're addressing those issues as we can as we do our road work. And the other piece of that is the Complete Streets is just the fact that there's money available potentially, and so we want to take advantage of that to extend our ability to do work and augment our existing funds with money available through the Complete Streets program. The corridor approach is so we've kind of talked at the micro level in my mind about a specific road and its condition and how we're going to address it, but the corridor approach is something that we've been discussing with other town departments, and in particular the planning department, and how do we take a more macro look as we're going through the master plan development. This is an important aspect. Is we're looking at our entire network across the town, and if you take a corridor approach, so by corridor I mean say from the Rotary out East Main Street, or from the Rotary down South Street, or Otis Street from Arrive Apartments to the MBTA station. Those are corridors that there might be some road work, but there's also other things that are required, like crosswalks or improvements to sidewalks or additions of bike lanes or whatever the case may be. And they're probably projects that it's probably multiple projects that potentially could be combined into a significant project. And that leads to the TIP, which the Transportation Improvement Program, which is Mass DOT's a Mass DOT managed program that we could potentially compete for money for. These are projects that are potentially in the millions of dollars, but if we take a more comprehensive and I guess macro look at our network, we might identify, well, I know we will, we're going to identify some projects that and I'm talking over years, this isn't something next year, but several years, where we can tackle some of the bigger things the town might want to do over the coming years. And so my point in highlighting is just the fact that we're not just looking at our roads today and fixing a crack, but we're also interested in having a strategic plan that's going to address issues long term. And my last point here is related to stakeholders. I know Pete Dumbeck's about to talk about the climate action plan. We're all familiar with the master plan work that's going on. We heard just mentioned about BWALT. We have a public safety committee that often addresses road or pedestrian issues. So all of these things, DPW is represented in all of those different forums, and I just want to assure you and residents that that we're aware of all these things, and they all have to be interconnected. Otherwise, we're inefficient, wasting money potentially, and not always getting done what we need to get done. And so by being participants in all of those things, we can help in many cases connect the dots and make sure we're not overlapping in a way that's not good for the town, but we are interconnected in a way that's going to benefit everyone in regards to roads and all things associated with mobility, essentially. Last slide, just a public service announcement. So pictured there are a couple of catch basins, and so there are ways that community members can help us, because water is an enemy of a road, and if it gets underneath the road, it can help degrade the subsurface of the road and then potentially cause more damage to the road. And so that's an important thing for us, is to maintain these basins, keep them clear of debris. Many people have them outside their houses, and simply just moving away some of that debris can help us get the water off of the road. So that's the road piece, but probably more important, I think, is the fact that this stormwater infrastructure, these examples here, they take water off the road. It comes off the rain comes, hits your roof, goes down a pipe, gets funneled out to the road, goes down your gutter, and then eventually into this basin. And then this basin shoots off somewhere else. And in many cases, these basins shoot off locally, which means they're going to some area that is allowing this water to go back into the ground and recharge our aquifers. I mean, the scale of this is, it may seem minuscule in terms of this one basin, but when we have 3,000 of them around your town, potentially that's a large volume of water. And that's important because, as we all know, we're in a drought right now, level 2 for the state. And if you drive by our reservoir, you can see it's pretty low. And we have a number of wells throughout the town that we draw from every single day. And, we're looking for ways to make sure we can recharge our wells. And this is just one small way, but it's one way that residents can help. And so tossing it out there just because potentially there's some people watching, and we want to just let them know that, we understand our responsibilities to maintain roads and we clean inside of these basins, but if you can help out by potentially, removing some debris, then that's going to benefit everybody. So, breeze through that, I think, pretty quickly, but that was the extent of what we were going to discuss tonight, but I'm happy to have a discussion, answer questions about anything else.
Thank you so much, Chris. That was great. Are there any questions from the board?
Hey, Madam Chair?
Yes.
So, Chris, that was just a spectacular presentation, and thank you for sending it to the board. I'm going to start in kind of a reverse order. I loved your idea about adopting a catch basin, so I don't know if we can use our social media presence to bolster that or something, because I think that is a message that needs to get out. I've noticed, like, for instance, in Marlborough, each of their catch, I don't know how they've done it, but each of their catch basin has a circular symbol attached to it that says, I don't know, it has the symbol of the city of Marlborough and says, don't waste or take care of this basin or something. So I don't know if that is something that you may wish to think about. But my other question was, when you're looking at, and again, kudos for the work that you've done on the roadmap. But I have a question. When you are looking at the priority of the roads to be repaired or how you're going to invest in them, do you look at the congestion data or do you look at the crash data? Do you factor those variables into, hey, this road needs to be fixed before anything else? Or any similar road, for instance?
So I wouldn't say we specifically look at any crash data, but we're certainly aware of, through various forums the town has, we're aware of potential issue areas, I guess I could say. We're certainly looking at roads when we're talking maintenance, we're looking at the safety of a road. So we don't want people, going down a road with the potential for a pothole that's going to, cause them to swerve and get an accident. And so I guess our technical assessment of that road is part of that assessment is capturing, the kind of as an indirect assessment, the safety of the road. And so I'm not sure if that answers your question, but I guess the point is
as long as you're thinking about it, because, I think this ties in with, I love this business of your, the corridor approach that you were talking about for road maintenance. I think that goes along with, I think there are corridors that, for instance, that are high use by our residents, trying to commute for instance, to their jobs or the train station. So I think those, need, I would suspect, some priority. And then the other question, and this was just a suggestion I've heard at other forums, from other municipal leaders, is the other municipal leaders use money in their, for instance, sewer enterprise fund. For instance, when they know they have to go fix the sewer or something, they use some of that money, since they're going to be working in the sewer and sewer is below the road, they use some of that money not only just to fix the sewer or whatever, but to fix the road. Is that something that we in Westborough are doing, or do we keep our monies separate, i.e. we keep our, Chapter 90 for our roads, keep our sewer enterprise fund for our sewers?
If we are doing a specific project that's water related or sewer related, and we have to disrupt the road to repair a sewer line or water line, then we will use that funding source, water or sewer, to do the road repair as well, because it was caused for the purpose of repairing water or sewer. So if we put a line in, fix a line on a road somewhere, and we tear up the road to replace something, then we're gonna fund it through that enterprise account.
Perfect. Thank you. And again, thank you for your work on this.
Great. Thank you, Chris. And good questions I had. Alan or Ian?
Just really quickly, thank you for the great presentation. And I also want to thank and say kudos with respect to laying out the communication plan for the community about, what's anticipated and looking to create a longer horizon, going sort of like from 1 year out to 3 years, as you gather the data and put those plans in. And also understanding that it's a lot more work to look at these issues on the macro level and strategically. I think that's a great initiative to do that more comprehensive analysis and planning. So definitely great progress in moving in many right directions. So thank you.
Great, thanks. Chris, great presentation. In the interest of time, I think we could probably talk road management for a while. It's I know it's of keen interest to lots of folks. It matters. We all use them pretty much every day. But I want to encourage the public to go to the DPW website. Thank you for already proactively having the presentation out there. I was thrilled to see that before tonight's meeting, so thank you. And I know you're accessible for questions from the public, so thank you very much. So we're going to move in. We're going to move into into Lisa as well, and Derek for being here. We're going to move into the next agenda item, number 10, which Chris, you still have the floor for declaring items surplus.
Yes, we just have. I think you have the list in front of you, but we have a number of items that are just no longer useful for the town or the Department of Public Works that we would like to get rid of and potentially get some money back to the town.
Yep.
So happy to answer any questions, but I think it's pretty straightforward. We've had this a couple of times now. But fortunately, the list is shrinking, and so hopefully not too much more coming.
I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move to declare the items presented in the attached memo as surplus.
Edinburgh seconds.
Thank you. Moved and seconded. Any questions from the board?
Thank you for continuing to do this.
Yeah. Yeah, it's amazing how long we've had some of our equipment speaks to the care we take with them. So, or of them. Okay, seeing no questions, roll call vote. Selectman Hashmi?
Yes.
Selectman Johnson?
Johnson, yes.
Selectman Edinburgh?
Edinburgh, yes.
And Selectman Marshall, yes, 4004 being present. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Right. Yeah, you too. Thanks. Okay, we're going to shift our attention to a related topic, as was already referenced, the Climate Action Plan. Pete Dunbeck, I believe you'll be leading the presentation. Pete, I just want to remind you we are 20 minutes sort of behind schedule. We're going to give you the full 20 minutes, but not a second more, okay? Oh, but you're on mute, so those seconds don't count. Take your time.
Okay, unmuted.
All right, there you go.
Present now. Window. So are you seeing the slideshow?
We are. If you can put that in kind of PowerPoint presentation mode, it'll probably be easier for everyone.
Okay, let me try again.
Just start the slideshow and then reshare. It should be fine.
Yeah, I probably shouldn't have said anything. We could see it. It was just, the view was like
No,
we could see the outline. Sorry.
I was...
Should have left the technology to Alan, not me.
There we go. So thank you very much for the opportunity to present. I will say I'm representing an 11-person task force, the Climate Action Plan Task Force, which I want to begin by thanking them for their hard work. It's a tremendous team with great talent and effort that I have the privilege of presenting a summary of. So thank you to them. The purpose of the review today is to give you a summary of the Climate Action Plan as it is about to be presented into the community in a series of community meetings. I'm looking for feedback from the Board of Selectmen. There's no really vote or action that I'm asking for other than feedback on the direction we're taking for climate mitigation for the community. In following up with the discussion in front of the delegation, there has been a lot of action at the state level, and fundamental to what we're doing with Westborough's Climate Action Plan is to stay very closely aligned with the state activities as they have programs and funding and are basically providing the guidance which are being used for setting our goals. In keeping with trying to keep this moving along, I'm going to go pretty quickly, but please ask questions at the end if any are needed. So our Climate Action Plan, we presented a governance document in April of this year, and this slide is a summary of the goal that we've set for the Climate Action Plan. It's essentially that we are going to conform to the Global Warming Solutions Act and make sure that Westborough does our fair share. And at the highest level, the town would strive to achieve an 80% reduction of greenhouse gas emissions by 2050 and a 40% reduction by 2030. But a key note is that we also said that we were going to shift to a greater reduction if and when the state sets a stricter goal, which, as you will see in a future slide, the state has already started to increase to lower the emissions standards. One of the key starting points for creating the Climate Action Plan was to create an inventory of the greenhouse gas emissions. This is needed both for identifying the top areas of greenhouse gas emissions, as well as measuring the progress we're making against our goals as we set to have 80 to 100% reduction in our greenhouse gas emissions. I sent you a more complete inventory of the greenhouse gas inventory report in early August, which includes a discussion of the methodology we used for this. We are using a tool that was developed by the Metropolitan Area Planning Council, and it is using an international protocol that's been established for municipalities. So it's, I think, consistent with what other towns are doing for this type of work. Our segmenting of the emissions is being done in what we call sectors, and these are technologies or activities which produce greenhouse gas emissions or sequester those emissions in the case of trees and land. As you can see, we have transportation, building, heating and cooling, electricity, and in another bucket, which is the waste, land, and other category. As you can see from this chart, there's 4 dominant categories which are highlighted in the slide. The residential vehicle traffic represents about 27% of the emissions coming from Westborough, is the largest category. The commercial and industrial, both building, heating, and electricity, each represent 20 to 21% of the greenhouse gas emissions, and then the residential heating is 15%. So in total, these 4 represent 83%. And therefore, our focus for the climate action plan is going to be heavily weighted to addressing these major categories. I did want to provide an update on what's going on at the state level. You may be aware of this, but the state has been very active in changes, both in the executive branch and the legislative branch. It's the State of the State address. Governor Baker changed the Global Warming Solutions Act 2050 goal to a net zero 2050. And so what net zero means is you net out the sequestration from trees and forests, land masses and so forth to get a net zero. So you offset the emissions. The EEA also took on an activity to evaluate how much emissions would be the maximum amount allowed within the net zero requirement. So as of today, the new state goal is a net zero by 2050 with an 85% reduction in emissions. However, as the state delegation mentioned earlier, there were 2 major climate bills passed, one in the House and one in the Senate. And these bills are very extensive, and both bills have new requirements set for emissions reductions. As shown on this slide, 50% by 2030, 75% by 2040, and a net zero by 2050. And the bills have slightly different phrasing for what the net zero by 2050 means. So these bills provide both new goals for us, but also new programs. There is in the Global Warming Solutions Act, there was established an advisory council, an implementation advisory committee that is built from composed of 30 leaders in the business, energy, environmental field, building, transportation, so forth. And their work has been ongoing, and in the COVID world, it's quite easy to attend the meetings, and it's been quite public, which has been very informative. This slide came from the August meeting, and it shows the types of changes the state is anticipating in order to meet the Global Warming Solutions Act goals as being revised. And note that their working document shows 90 by 2050, so they're looking at a 90% reduction by 2050. Another key point to point out in just kind of the headline here is that they're totally focused on what this next decade looks like. Every scientific report has shown that this is the decade we have to make the biggest changes, and we have to move quickly, and that's exactly what the state is doing. The climate action plan that Westborough has formed, and we built it totally independent of this implementation advisory committee, actually aligns very closely in the segments they're working in, the sectors they're working in are the same as we're working in, and it was encouraging to see that we're on the right path, and as confirmed by this study group. I'd also like to point out a couple of the subcategories. For example, in the building heating space, they're forecasting, or they're saying that it is a goal or a metric to have 1 million heat pumps installed in residential units by 2030. So in the next decade, 40% of the heating units in the state would be heated. Houses would be heated by electric heat pumps. This is relevant in the Eversource discussion, for example, with the conversion of fossil fuels into electricity with the conversion of heating systems from using fossil fuels to alternatives which use electricity. The need for new natural gas infrastructure is eliminated. And similarly, in the electric vehicle space, they've set a goal of having 1 million electric vehicles in the light-duty vehicle segment. And this represents 23% of the registered vehicles in Massachusetts, which is, again, a very aggressive goal. And if you look at it on that vehicles are being used for 10 to 15 years or more, the rate of new vehicle sales by the end of the decade is going to have to be over 50 or 60% in order to achieve these goals. Our plan, whoops, I skipped something here. So this work from the Implementation Advisory Committee is going to merge with the State Secretary of Energy and Environmental Affairs to establish the Clean Energy and Climate Plan, as well as the emissions limit for 2030. And all of this is going to be completed by March of 2021, which is exactly lines when the Climate Action Plan is going to be released by the Climate Action Plan Task Force, assuming we continue on schedule. Our plan is built using the hierarchy shown in this slide. We have an overarching goal, which is the net zero by 2050 goal, which I've just described. We also have these 4 sectors: electricity, transportation, building heating, and the land waste and other sector goals. And for each of those sectors, plus 3 goals for that span all the sectors, we've established 17 sector goals. Underneath each of the sector goals, we have established strategies for how we're going to achieve those goals, and we have 50 different strategies identified in total. I'm not going to go through all of that, thank goodness, but I would like to spend a minute summarizing the 17 goals. The sector goals have been provided to you in the briefing package before the meeting, as well as the strategies that support them. I did want to go through these quickly. In the electricity sector, we feel it's very critical to align with National Grid. National Grid is the monopoly that provides the electricity in Westborough. And it's critical that Westborough's plans and National Grid's plans for the changes that are anticipated are in alignment as we move to electrify our heating and transportation sector, as we move to renewable sources for electricity. All of this is a tremendous amount of change on the grid, and it's important that we understand their views of the change and the timing of the change and the technology, so that we are partnering with them in this complex transition. Second, on the electricity side, is that we need to move to renewable and other carbon-free sources of electricity. As you know, we've just implemented a new Westborough Power Choice contract, which takes us significantly in that direction. In addition to this, we need to work with our large commercial and industrial users, as commercial and industrial users of electricity are 4 times the size of the residential users. and are often not users of the Westborough Power Choice contract. Energy efficiency is a key element of both the electricity segment and the building heating and cooling segments. And Massachusetts has had a very successful program using Mass Save and other investments, such that we've been the #1 state for energy efficiency nationwide. Our plan is to continue to drive the awareness and support residents in taking full advantage of that very successful program. In the building heating area, as well as in the transportation area, the key transition issue is electrification. As mentioned earlier in the state program is also focused on these areas. Energy use disclosure is a key tool that can be used to encourage people to make investments, because the decision makers on investments and in the building space are the owners of the buildings. And energy use disclosure is one way to encourage people to make investments in energy efficiency and electrification, as it can be used to demonstrate the value of those changes. In the transportation segment, I've mentioned the electric vehicle, electrification of our fleet, and it up to 25% by 2030 is going to be a key goal. Public transportation and bike and pedestrian are a couple of tools. Again, it was mentioned in both the delegation and Chris's talk, the importance of these other uses, the other types of transportation. These can be ways to reduce the vehicle miles traveled in transportation, but the #1 goal is to electrify the vehicles. Traffic reduction, of course, is an ongoing and kind of persistent problem in town. One area of opportunity, which is not really so much greenhouse gas reduction as it is to reduce the diesel truck traffic through the center of town, greatly reduces the particulates and SOx and NOx that are emitted in town, which create other healthcare problems. So we do have a traffic reduction and traffic modification proposal as one of our goals. In the land, waste, and other, increasing and protection of both open space and the trees and forest in town, continue the sequestration that's available from natural sources, as well as hopefully expands them as we plant more trees and allow the forests and open space to grow and be healthy. Waste reduction, our focus is primarily on support of the waste management task force that's been set up by the Board of Health. We are aligned with that group. There's opportunity in composting and recycling that the waste management task force is driving, and we're fully supportive. The off-road and construction area is an area, frankly, that surprised us. When we did the analysis, it came up to almost 4%, 3.6% of the emissions in town. It's not an area where we see a lot of activity at the state level, so we have some more homework to do in regard to what exact strategy to take on that. It'll probably take us a year or two before we understand exactly what techniques and what programs would be appropriate there. And going back to the first column, the all sectors, one of the key needs going forward is to have good, clear roles and responsibilities for implementing this plan and carrying it out over time. As I mentioned at the beginning, in the state, we're in a very dynamic environment. There's no reason to anticipate that isn't going to continue on an ongoing basis. I think vigilance and ongoing management is going to be needed to make this successful. In the slide, I called it staffing, but it's not just direct staffing. It could be town staff time from the town employees. It could be volunteer committees. It could also be regional shared resources. I think it's important and an essential part to the success of the plan that we have a good, clear understanding of the roles and responsibility for implementing the plan. It is a community-wide change that's needed, and therefore awareness and an ongoing effort to communicate with the residents as new programs come into being, are brought into the community, and new grant money, new funding opportunities, rebates, and so forth, as well as education in regard to motivating the changes that are needed. So I think awareness is going to be a key investment area. And as we were just meeting with the state delegation, it's clear that advocacy is going to be a clear part of this. The state does have very many programs and opportunities and grants. I also think that they could benefit from having an active participant on, such as Westborough, providing them feedback on what it's going to take to change a community like Westborough to the sustainable carbon-free environment that everybody is striving for. So I just wanted to close this portion of the discussion by highlighting these 5 areas. The 3 that have the black letters, those are the ones that have the highest greenhouse gas emissions reductions and are really the foundation of the plan. The national grid alignment is essential because all of these changes in the first 3 I mentioned, the clean sources and the electrification of building, heating, and transportation, depend on national grid having a infrastructure and a capability to support our transition. And then the staffing, as I mentioned earlier, this isn't going to happen in an instant, and it's not going to happen without an ongoing, persistent effort. So I think the staffing is a key element of success here. I put this slide in just as an example. So if we click once on one of those goals, you'll see the transportation goals are, the goals are built out as shown on this slide. This was just included as an example. In your briefing package, you have all of the 17 sector goals and all of the 50 strategies. Each of these will be developed into more detail in the final climate action plan after review by the community. Our next phase, and the phase that we're in this meeting, in fact, is to begin the communication of the progress we've made to the different stakeholder groups, which are shown on this slide. Our plan is to do this over the next 3 months with slower, with a build out from the kind of the hierarchy of the town government leaders, such as yourself, into the town committees, and then getting into the individual stakeholders in the residential, commercial, industrial communication. Last point I want to make on this is that we are striving to get feedback from all parts of the community. The committees I've mentioned, commercial industrial space, the residents, there's a tremendous amount of expertise and frankly concern on these issues. And the feedback, critical, new ideas, new perspectives is going to be valuable in strengthening our plan. So we look forward to this rollout and look forward to your feedback today. So I didn't actually look at the time, but I felt
Pete,
like
that was amazing.
Raced through that. So
no, that was an amazing distillation down to the 24 minutes. And but to your point, we have an extensive presentation in our packet. I do want to allow a couple minutes for questions from the board, high level. I think we'll certainly all have an opportunity to participate in your other community listening sessions, and we can certainly bring you back for other questions in a Q&A period. But I'll open it up to the board for questions and comment.
Just a quick question. Will the full detailed presentation be available on the town website?
Yes, I can make that available.
Okay, I think that would be good so that if people want to dive in to the recommendations and the factors and some of your plans in more detail, that would be helpful. Thank you.
A follow-on question to that, actually, that was mine as well. Where would one find that, Pete? Where are we going to put that?
The Climate Action Plan Task Force is a Climate Action Plan Task Force content is under the Sustainable Westborough tab on the town website. So if you go to Sustainable Westborough and you go over to the left side, it's one of the click down options.
I don't see it there. I had looked for it earlier, so let's just make sure. That seemed like the logical place for it to be, but let's just make sure it has a bucket unless I'm missing it. So anyway. Ian, question, comment?
Yeah, just kind of I guess a comment question is, as I look through some of your strategies, well, first of all, thank you. There's a ton of work that went in here and a lot of stuff. In looking through it and the strategies, there's a lot of contingencies, I guess I'd call them that, of looking for help from others. You talked about National Grid and ensuring that we're aligned with them. But I guess what's the thinking around contingencies if certain things don't happen? Like I look at electric vehicles, and there was, I think, language about working on bylaws to have, multi-tenant residential and commercial have EV charging stations, et cetera. What if we don't get there or the timing doesn't work because of those changes? What's the thinking or alternatives or contingencies around that?
I wouldn't necessarily call them contingencies, but I do think that we are not able to predict everything that needs to be done over the next 10 years. It's going to be a dynamic, evolving plan. And so what we're able to put on paper today is strategies that we have line of sight to. As we begin to endeavor to do those, not everyone's going to play out because there's the bylaws, there's unintended consequences in the bylaws that we're not able to see at this time and they don't get approved, or the state programs don't come about. But we are riding on the coattails of the state, and it's our expectation that the state will continue to evolve with their programs. And part of my comment in the advocacy space is that I think it's incumbent on us to provide feedback to the state that says, listen, we're not making the goals that the state has set, or a portion of the goals, because of these barriers. And you need to help us knock down these barriers, either with grant money or rebates or whatever the structural change is to make that happen. So I think it's not like we say we're going to do either A or B, and B is the contingency. We're going to have to discover the path as we work our way through it.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Syed, I see you're off mute. Did you have a question?
No, I'm going to try to keep myself. We're behind, so I can reach out to these guys later.
Okay. Pete and team, certainly there's lots more conversation to have about this. How would one follow along in terms of community listening sessions, feedback sessions? How would one find out about those going forward?
We are going to use all of the tools that we basically are using for the Westborough Power Choice communication and try to make those as visible in town as possible. That things like on the town calendar, on the electronic message board, on the Sustainable Westborough Facebook page, through the partner groups in town that advocate for town activities.
Okay, great. So folks can we'll find out more information on a variety of channels, but starting through the town's website is a great place. And just for folks, for clarification, there was some chat going on in through the virtual meeting here. But if folks go to the town's website under Sustainable Westborough, and then on the left-hand side, go to presentations, the last link there, Becoming a Green Community, will speak to prior presentations.
There is something has changed on the town website. I'll address that. There was a link in that section, blue section, that said Climate Action Plan Task Force.
So we'll get that. That will be more obvious then. That's where I was expecting it to be, Pete. But we do want to make sure folks see this. This is an incredible amount of work done by, I can't believe it, 11 people. It makes my head hurt to think about how you guys have been able to distill this down. So kudos to every person represented on that committee and for their time and effort.
Yes. Thank you very much to all of them.
Really appreciate that. Okay, great. All right, with that, I'm going to move us on to the next agenda item. And that brings us to the joint meeting with the Advisory Finance Committee and the Board of Selectmen to talk about the FY21 budget and fall town meeting warrant. So Sean, welcome to you and your committee.
Oh, Shelby, thank you very much.
Appreciate you coming on, and I do apologize that we're running late tonight. So we're going to follow the following format. We're going to have Christy present the budget to all of us, and then we'll pause for Q&A by both the Select Board and Finance Committee, and we'll alternate through those questions. So Sean, you have your team, I've got mine. And if we can just kind of raise your hand or note in the chat that you have a question, that would be great. That will help us to manage kind of the flow. Once we sort of feel like we've, I don't want to say exhausted all the questions because we do want to be mindful of time, we'll go through the warrant. And the way the board has done this in the past is we've sort of read through the articles in the warrant. And as the respective boards and committee have questions, so question 3 comes up, Shelby has a question, I just say question. Alan has graciously agreed to track those as we go through. And then as time allows, we'll revisit the warrant and those questions. A note there that if the questions are sort of go beyond clarifying the nature of the warrant, maybe a little background, and we're sort of getting into the whys and wherefores of the actual, why is the department requesting it? Don't they have a similar vehicle or whatever? That would probably be a need for that department to come back before the respective board for clarification. Sound like a plan? Okay, I'm sort of seeing nods. It was one that Sean and I talked through, and Christy kind of in advance. So I'm not just making the rules here as I go along. So
thank you, Shelby.
Yeah, sure. Okay, Christy.
Thank you. So I have a short budget presentation. This is certainly a unique year. We're not usually talking about the budget to this level of detail, but certainly with the pandemic, it was important to revisit sort of where we're at. So this is our disclaimer that this is just based on what we know today. Some of the things that we don't know are what our first quarter receipts will look like. And so that's one of the reasons that we had initially asked that we move town meeting into November so that we would be able to look at what those local receipts would look like in the first quarter. So this is just to close out fiscal 20. So the fiscal 20 year-end results and revenue, our total projected shortfall based on estimated reductions was $700,000. Our actual revenues came in about $800,000 higher than originally anticipated. Included in this was the $642,000 payment received from Pulte Homes. So as you'll all remember, we set up a capital stabilization account at the June 2020 meeting where all future payments from Pulte Homes related to the variance that they received on affordable housing will be directed. However, part of that statute creating a capital stabilization fund is that the money cannot go into the capital stabilization account in the same year that the stabilization account was created. And so since we received that in fiscal 20, it did close out to free cash. And you'll see that there's an article on the warrant that's dealing with that. And then our hotel and meals tax did come in about $350,000 lower than estimated, but because of other local receipts that specifically licenses and permits that came in higher than anticipated, we did end the fiscal year, as it looks here, about $800,000 higher than originally anticipated. With our budgets, you know that we did ask the department heads to watch their spending when COVID came in, and so we were also able to save money on training and travel and other items that we didn't otherwise have to pay for because of the impacts of COVID. And so we had about $1.35 million in budget turnbacks from the different departments at the end of fiscal 20. We also closed out several articles in fiscal 20, so we reviewed articles that we no longer needed. And so we were able to close out about $500,000 in articles for a total FY20 year-end result of $2.1 million. So at the end of fiscal 20, our certified free cash was about $10.2 million. This additional unanticipated revenue was that $800,000 that I mentioned. The budget and article turnbacks was about $2.1 million, so that totaled just over $13 million. You all received the email from the DOR that said we have certified free cash at the end of fiscal 21 at $13.1 million. And looking forward to our proposed use of free cash, this upcoming special town meeting, which is next week, we're proposing that we use $58,983, and that's for the self-contained breathing apparatus units for the fire department. And then for the fiscal 21, you've all seen the warrant. We're proposing just under 1.2 million to be used for the capital items that were originally proposed. So when looking at where that leaves us, especially in respect to our comprehensive fiscal management policies, we would have just under $12 million in free cash after the upcoming 2 town meetings, which leaves our free cash balance at 11.7% and our total reserve at 15.66%, which is over our goal, but remembering that we will be using free cash again at the annual town meeting, like we always do, because we do have the capital planning process moving forward for fiscal 22. This is just a reminder on the guidance that we had previously received on how to calculate state aid when we were looking at the impacts of COVID. And so we had estimated that our state aid would reduce by approximately 11% or just under 1.4 million. Currently, the guidance is that the state is committed to funding municipalities at FY 2020 levels. So we were able to increase our estimates on state aid by 1.1 million. And looking at local receipts, we're still looking at estimated reductions in motor vehicle excise, hotel motel tax, meals tax, and investment income. Our total estimated reduction for local receipts has not changed. It's at just under $2 million or 19.5%. So where does that leave us in terms of the budget? So based on the budget that we passed at the June 2020 town meeting, we had estimated increase to the average single family tax bill of $457. This was the increase that we maintained from when we met with you all in preparation for what was supposed to be the March town meeting. And so currently with the additional guidance from the state, we're actually looking at a tax bill of $10,040 or an increase of $265 from fiscal 20. You'll see that in some of the budget adjustments that we're proposing for November would have an impact to increase that to $10,068 or $293 increase for fiscal 2021. So on the fall town meeting warrant, you saw that the second article is a budget adjustment article. Included in that article will be the fire department contract, which the board approved earlier this evening. The school department has also settled contracts, and so you'll see that amount here. Included in the article will also be funding of the economic development coordinator position, which we had frozen. We did not fund for fiscal 2021. Now we're proposing to fund it effective January 1st. In Public Works, we had a laborer position that we hadn't funded. And then in the police department, we had originally proposed adding 3 new police officers. We reduced it to 1. And then in our second round of COVID cuts, we reduced it down to 0. So no additional officers. So we're proposing to bring 1 back into the budget for 7 months of fiscal 21. And then Article 15 also would impact the budget. So this is the article that would elevate the building commissioner to the community development director position. And so that would be effective January 1st. So the impact to the budget would be an additional $5,500. So you can see in this slide the actual amount that would be requested, and then also the impact on the average single family tax bill. Oops, sorry about that. So the total proposed budget increases at this point is $227,339 with an estimated impact of $28. So you'll see in this slide, the total budget is a total budget proposed for FY 2021 would be a 2.45% increase over fiscal 20. The average single family tax bill would be that $293 estimated. Free cash has grown, and this is using numbers after the 2 fall town meetings, by 16.2%. And our excess levy capacity is projected to increase by about $530,000. That's all the slides that I have to show you, where we're at going into the 2 fall town meetings.
Thank you, Christy. So I see that we already have a question from AFC in the chat. So we'll start, Sean, with your team, then we'll switch back and forth.
Oh, yeah, I think, Beth, was that your question?
Yeah. So at one point you mentioned that there was $12 million in free cash, and I was wondering if that included the money that we've mentally set aside for the stabilization fund but haven't put there yet.
So there's $13,160,890 in certified free cash. That includes the $642,000 payment.
So, okay. And then at one point you said that that between the warrant articles, I guess, is that $642,000 part of one of the warrant articles then to move it into the stabilization fund?
Yes.
Thank you.
Or not to, so no. So, well, it is part of the warrant articles to move it, but it's the proposed article is to move it into the Affordable Housing Trust if it were created.
Okay. Wait, okay. So, sorry. The Affordable Housing Trust, though, was created in 20, so we can move it into 21.
No, the Affordable Housing Trust has not been created.
But I thought we couldn't move money into an account in the same year.
You can't move money into a stabilization account in the same year that the stabilization account is created.
Okay.
Once the Affordable Housing Trust is created, we can fund it.
Perfect. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And Christy, to that point, the money we get from Pulte for 2021 would go to the Capital Stabilization Fund because that was created in.
Right. So all future payments from Pulte would be directed to these stabilization funds that we created. Yeah, so that money can't be directed into the Affordable Housing Trust, but once we receive it, there could be a request of town meeting to fund the Affordable Housing Trust using additional monies in the stabilization funds.
Okay.
Any questions from the board on the budget? Sean, looks like your team.
Oh, yeah. Oh, hey, Mike, please go ahead. Thank you. Christy, do you have any idea what caused the increase to 500,000 in the excess levy capacity?
What caused it?
It's new growth. Is it new growth?
Yeah, I mean, it's a calculation, so it would be, it would be new growth.
Okay, and can you go back over the tax proposed for the residential tax proposed for FY21 again, please?
Let me just show it. So this is this what you're looking at? The average the average tax bill. So that the tax bill for the average single family is proposed to go up $293, as opposed to the $457 we had presented previously.
Okay, so that's a reduction of what was originally proposed. I just want to be clear about that.
Yeah. So it's
okay.
Yeah. Yep. So this is what originally when we talked about the budget, we were anticipating 457. In June, the changes that we made were to hold it steady at that 457. Now we would be at 265, and we're with the warrant articles being proposed, it would be the 293.
Okay. I'm going to ask one more question, if you don't mind.
Sure.
You plan on using free cash for the capital equipment request?
Yes.
Has the financial team looked at alternative purchasing opportunities? That's the third time I'm asking this.
I know. I was ready.
Good.
So we've looked at alternative. So I guess I would say that it's different for the different departments. But we do have the police department is getting quotes for leasing vehicles as a comparison. The fire department has issued me an entire memo that I'm happy to share with with both of these boards related to alternative funding sources. But a lot of it has to do with regional purchasing that they currently do in addition to the grants. Obviously, the self-contained breathing apparatus is an example of that. We saw that on the initial annual town meeting warrant for $350,000, and now the request is under 60. And then the DPW is also looking at additional opportunities. They're even looking at the potential for any ability to do regional purchasing. They are looking at the ability and sort of the cost effectiveness of renting equipment. So we have asked them to all look at these alternatives.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I see Andrew has a question, so we'll keep going with what's in the chat.
Who's next? Was Paul next, or was there somebody else?
I saw Andrew. Oh, Andrew?
Yep, I do have a question, but I'll wait my turn if Paul is out of me.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. I do want to apologize if I've missed some of the elements of this question. I have a question about free cash, and if I'm recalling, our targets for free cash as a guideline is 7.5% to 15% of a range we want to keep in. I know we're now hitting the top end of that 15%, and I realize that that's slightly misrepresentative because we have other projects coming down the line that will be pulling that number down. And this is where I might have missed something earlier. Has there been any, because free cash is money that we have taken from taxpayers in the town and businesses as well, has there been any conversation about, given the times that we're in, about what can be done to address the most at-risk, low-income, senior, veteran sort of members of our community, given that we are in a position where we're really hitting what appears to be the high end of what our boundaries are?
So the comprehensive fiscal management policy targets our total reserves at 10 to 15%. And so that 15.6% is our total reserve. So we're 0.6%. We would be 0.6% over that, assuming everything gets funded at town meeting. If we wanted to appropriate free cash to fund some sort of program for the types of taxpayers that you're speaking about, we would have to develop that program. Just directing free cash to a certain segment of the population is not something that we could do in terms of lowering the tax bill. However, as you all remember, at the annual town meeting in June, we did use $770,000 of free cash to lower the tax rate. And that's something that was very unique given the situation that we're in, but something that we did and both of these boards supported in order to maintain that $457 increase. So now that we are looking at an increase that's less than $300, we are not proposing that we use any additional free cash.
May I just ask, as a general rule, have you heard from the community, or maybe what have you heard from the community for at-risk groups that is being presented to us as challenges that they're facing that we may want to consider? And I say this is maybe a question as much for Board of Selectmen as it is for you, Christy. I'm not sure what the right input is for that feedback.
I can respond, and then I don't know if Shelby actually might have a response, but Shelby and I, and also Selectman Emery, are on, we work with a COVID task force where we work with many groups in the community, most of them whose mission it is to serve these populations, and hear the needs that they're hearing, and we've developed programs with them and with other community groups like Westborough Connects and the Women's Club, where we're servicing needs. So it might be activities for kids, or yarn for seniors, and things that as far as keeping people active and connected during while they're experiencing the impacts of COVID. But it also has this group has also worked with the Rotary Club to create the COVID Relief Fund, which is something that has specifically been created to support these community groups that whose mission it is to provide rent relief, as an example, or working with the food pantry.
Yeah, Christy, I'll add to that, and Andrew, hopefully to answer your question. I mean, the concerns that the task force through the community groups has heard is really around utilities and rental payments. I'm not aware of, except for maybe one exception, a specific request for tax assistance. So, when we think about the tax rate, it doesn't directly affect those people renting, right? I mean, they're paying rent, but indirectly it's affecting them, right? Because someone's paying the tax. But we have not received, to my knowledge, requests that would kind of speak to abatements or reliefs or anything like that. And again, we're very much engaged with our assessor in the department to direct folks there for questions and any programs they might be eligible for. But most
Thank you both for your feedback.
Yeah, and then food insecurity would be the other piece, but that has been, I think, extremely successfully handled by both the school and the food pantry. Any questions? I'm just going back to the Board of Selectmen. Questions regarding the budget? Ian?
So more of a comment than a question here, but I think as we talk about reserves and free cash, and Christy mentioned it, that we, with the Springtown meeting coming, that we'll be looking to utilize free cash, the expectation should be that will diminish. But I think related to the conversation we had earlier tonight with our legislative delegation and what they're doing with the rainy day fund, and concerns that I think a lot of us have read about, but they echoed it, is that they're very concerned about not just where we are right now, but what happens in fiscal year 22. And they cautioned us on that in terms of what state aid and revenues they're awaiting, revenue expectations. Similar to us, I think they had higher revenues, it sounded like, in beginning of this year than expected. But there's still a lot of unknown out there. Unfortunately, we are still in this pandemic, and for the time being, it seems like we will be. I think my take is, while we're all concerned, and I think appreciate that the tax rate now is almost half of what we had predicted back in June. I think we just have to be cautious of, spending at this point because there is still a lot of unknown out there.
Sean, back to you.
Paul, did you still have a question?
Sure. Along with that revenue concern for next year, the other concern I have is schools. I've been trying to follow the school committee, but I don't think I saw the whole meeting last meeting, and I know there's one coming on Wednesday. I know they're trying to handle their increases that are coming because of COVID measures within their budget. Have we heard anything about them coming, to the town for more? And they're also trying to get grants and take advantage of all that. But is there anything we're hearing about them coming to the town, or when, or anything like that about the schools?
So included in that budget adjustment article is a request to fund to increase the school budget related to contract settlements. I'm just trying to find that number. So it's just under 60,000. So 59,195 is the request to the schools, and that's the only. I'm in touch with Amber, and that's the only request in terms of increasing their budget. There certainly is relief out there for the schools, and I know that they're taking advantage of it. They've also been working very closely with our finance department on reimbursements through the CARES Act funding and FEMA.
So there's nothing where they're saying maybe we've got enough to hold on to a certain date if things continue. I mean, there's just nothing like that. There's no kind of date in the future.
I mean, the CARES Act money, and that money expires on December 31st, and so that's a concern that we all have related to our ability to spend all of that money through. I mean, the town of Westborough has about 1.6 million. If there's money remaining after December 31st, the question is, does it really go away? And so I would say that as we get closer to that date, there's a possibility that there would be other needs. But at this point, we're certainly taking advantage of those opportunities.
Thank you.
Selectmen, any questions? No. I did see a question from Beth in the chat asking about if we knew how many residents had lost their jobs, or I guess I'll add to it businesses that have ended jobs, whether they be residents or not. I'm not aware that we have that statistic. We have statewide now. Christy, I'm sorry.
No, I don't have that. I can certainly look into it and provide it back to you, the number of businesses and
right. Right.
So just to that point, the Economic Development Committee has done some tracking of business closures, mostly on the retail front where it's visible. The challenge with tracking other businesses that have closed that are in the office buildings is that there's not necessarily any notification or process for that. And depending on how the business is closing, the legal entity might not even be dissolved. So even looking through Secretary of State records of active corporations, there can be a significant lag time between when a business halts operations and when the corporate entity is actually dissolved, where you would know that. And I don't believe the town has received any notification under the WARN Act of large-scale layoffs or staffing reductions from the larger employees. The EDC is also tracking businesses that are actively looking or in the process of moving into the Westborough, and there are a number of those as well. So,
thanks,
Alan. I think a big one that we had received notification on was DoubleTree Hotel. Yep. Was the one that we received notification. Fellow Selectmen or Christy, remind me if there's anything there. That was the big one that we've seen in terms of the notification based on their shutdown.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm sorry, Ian, did you say DoubleTree is shut down?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. They're halting operations for 7 months.
Yeah.
And then reassessing.
In the spring of 2021.
Right.
Yeah.
What's the and this is sorry to, but what on this subject? What's the impact of occupancy rates going down? Because I've heard of businesses, one in Westborough that is just waiting for the lease to run out, and they're going to work from home. I imagine that's a phenomenon not just in Boston but Westborough.
I don't have a number for you, Paul. I mean, I can certainly talk to John and ask him to provide some more information.
Thank you.
Christy, on your first slide, I just want to make sure I understand this. When you talk about kind of the projected shortfall was 700,000, we were 800,000 higher than originally anticipated, but 642 of that 800, that's part of the 800, right?
Right. So,
so is the net positive, I'm sorry, is the net positive 168? Am I?
No. So our total revenue was 800,000 higher than originally anticipated, and so the Pulte payment was part of that revenue that was not originally anticipated for FY20.
So I guess I'm trying to understand. So, but we had a projected shortfall of revenues, and you're saying we were 800,000 higher than. So I'm just trying to relate those two numbers.
So were we $1.5 million higher, or were we?
Yeah, or we're 100,000
positive because we had projected negative 700.
Right.
Sorry, just trying to find.
That's okay. I just and then on the one hand, it's great that the revenues are that much higher, but that 800,000 number is bolstered by the 642 of Pulte.
Right. And so then we also had. So in addition to that, we had other local receipts that were significantly higher than we had anticipated, like licenses and permitting.
Sure, but yet hotels were down. So I just to Ian's point, I'm just trying to understand if we're 1.5 plus or we're really only 100,000 plus to the anticipated shortfall.
Oh,
Yeah, I think just a comment too. I think most folks probably already know it, so it may be redundant here. But as we look at the revenue from meals and hotels, that the deferral of that has been extended now through March 31st of 2021. So
the tax.
Yeah, the taxes. So when originally it was June 30th, we expected at the end of September to see what our meals and revenue taxes look like. That deferral, governor has now extended that out until through March of 2021 at this point. Mm-hmm. Now that's, again, deferral, so it's still within this fiscal year, but again, it's something we have to watch closely because if things don't improve, hopefully that's not the case, but you could see that getting extended again, which would then push us out of this fiscal year. So I think
good point.
Numbers.
Can I say Shelby's question?
Yeah, hang on one second, Alan. Alan, hold on one second, Christy.
Okay. So we're 800 higher than originally anticipated, so we're 1.5 higher.
Thank you for the clarification. And I was looking at the free cash slide for anyone that wants to look at that. You do have that as additional anticipated. So as I was going through it, I thought that was it. But thank you, Christy. Alan, please.
So my understanding with the meal and other occupancy tax deferrals that businesses still need to file the returns. It's the payment that's deferred. So we should still be able to watch the data each quarter as it comes in, but it's definitely a cash flow issue.
Yeah.
And what's unclear is if a business defers and then shuts down, what happens, right?
Right.
Will we see that money?
Well, and we do have, even based on other deferrals, I mean, we do have businesses that are continue to pay also.
I feel like the selectmen have asked all their questions. Sean, I'll turn it back to you.
I have a question. It's really a higher level question, Christy. Based on what you know right now, what's your overall assessment at this time of our financial condition?
I think we certainly have a high level of reserves compared to other communities. And so I think continuing to use our reserves as our fiscal policies indicate, which is sort of these one-time capital items, I think we're in a good position to handle things that might come forward. So if there's no additional federal funding, if FY22 is bleaker than FY21, I think that we should feel that we're in a very good financial position in terms of our ability to handle that.
Okay, thank you.
Can we get a copy of this? I don't think we've been sent it yet. The FC, that is.
Yep, definitely. I'll send it off to you, and I'll also post it on the website.
Thank you.
And Christy, correct me if I'm wrong. We still have our AAA bond rating. That's still on, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think it only would improve with what we've seen here, especially with the excess levy
Knock
capacity.
on wood, Ian. Knock on wood. Don't.
Yeah.
Just knock on wood.
I'm always the eternal optimist here, Syed.
Okay.
I guess I would just expect that we would continue to update this, at the end of September after we get our first quarter numbers. But, a lot of what we're seeing is a result of the state's commitment to that FY20 level funding.
We'll keep knocking, as I had just said. Yeah, no kidding. So I think for this component, the Board of Selectmen are fine with their questions. Sean, for your committee?
AFC, everybody good? Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. So we'll transition to the warrant. So as I said, we'll go through the warrant, and as we've done in the past, Ian, you can keep me honest on this, but I think what has worked well in the past is we go through. Christy does a great job of sort of reading through the headline of the article with a really brief explanation. And then if there is she'll pause. If there's a question, we'll just say questions. So who just shout it out, and then we'll flag that. Ellen will keep score for us. And then we'll revisit that, and based on the questions, we'll determine how deep we want to go and how much time we sort of want to spend. So, okay. And then again, questions from both AFC and Board of Selectmen, please. Thanks. All right, Christy.
Okay. So the first article is the prior year's bill. This is just two bills that the Board of Health received after the end of the fiscal year, so it needs to be voted on by town meeting, and that's proposed to come out of free cash. The second article is one we just discussed in the presentation, which is the operating budget adjustments. The Article 3 is the Country Club Operating Committee budget adjustment. This is something that the Selectmen talked about earlier in their meeting, but it is...
Sorry, Christy, you read too fast for that. I had a question just on Article 2, so, okay, go ahead.
The Country Club Operating Committee budget adjustment. So we would need to adjust the budget to reflect the movement from the contract model of the management of the golf course to the employee model. And so the Country Club Operating Committee that closed out $123,000 in free cash at the end of fiscal 20. And so the proposal is to take the money from retained earnings. So this article would not impact the tax rate. Article 4 is to rescind borrows. We've talked about this at previous town meeting where we've talked about redirecting borrowing authorization versus just rescinding the borrow and then requesting it in the future for a future project. And so you'll see that there are multiple articles where we no longer need the borrowing authorization. And so this is rescinding the borrow for these articles. So included in this is the largest one is the Gibbons School, the 11.1 million. Also included is the Mill Road land purchase and the $6 million that town meeting had previously approved related to the Regal Cinema.
You have a question on this one.
Okay, as does Mike. So thanks.
Article 5 is the appropriation of transportation infrastructure funds. So this is the money that the town receives related to money derived from taxes on Lyft, Uber, other types of transportation. Every year we get some money. So this year we got $9,122.70. And that money has to be appropriated by town meeting for the purpose of road maintenance. Article 6 is the capital improvement plan. Everything that's on this plan, rather than go through it, I can sort of generally say that this is all items that were left off of or that we had passed over on the annual town meeting warrant. And so there are a couple DPW articles where the amounts have been adjusted slightly based on updated quotes. But there's nothing new under this, and there was nothing removed except for those that were approved at the June 20 town meeting. And then also we obviously are removing the article for the self-contained breathing apparatus because we're taking that up on September 29th.
Christy, I'm just going to pause for a second as folks sort of flip through that quickly to make sure there are no questions because there are several components.
Okay, so it's the utility truck replacement for DPW, the infrastructure data collection, 10-wheel sander replacement, the backhoe replacement, generator replacement at sewer pump station, the sewer grinder, F-350 utility truck with plow for DPW, renewable energy study for DPW, the command vehicle replacement for the fire department, the purchase of the police cruisers, which has been reduced by the police cruiser that was purchased at the June town meeting.
The question on that.
And then the parking lot and curbing repairs and maintenance at the school department.
What question on that too?
Article 7 is the T-mower with the Country Club Operating Committee. This was also something that was on the June town meeting.
I'm sorry, Christy, just let me back up. Mike has just a general question on capital requests, so I just want to let everyone know that we caught that. Go ahead, sorry.
Article 8 is the town water system improvement. So this is a borrow that would impact the rates for the water system. So not the tax bill. Article 9 is the creation of the Affordable Housing Trust. Article 10 is the funding of the Affordable Housing Trust, and this is where we're proposing to transfer that payment, that first Pulte payment of the $642,000 from free cash into the Affordable Housing Trust. As you'll remember, the variance gave the town broad discretion, but we think we heard from the town that the interest is to put this money towards affordable housing.
So hang on just one second. So question from, I think it's Andrew. Is there a newer version of the document we got, 917? I think that's the one we're all looking at.
That's the one that I'm working off of right now. Yep.
Version 2. And then Alan, do you want to just, if you would, just give a quick update in terms of, you're going to provide an update to the board on the Affordable Housing Trust? You want to just kind of give the AFC a heads up on that?
Yes. So I was invited to a recent AFC meeting to discuss these warrant articles and the work of the Affordable Housing Trust Working Group. We've asked for time on the Board of Selectmen's October 13th meeting, the next meeting, to do a brief presentation about the work, the results, the analysis, and our recommendations, at which time we could answer questions and talk about these warrant articles in more detail as well.
Okay, thank you. All right, Christy, go ahead. Thanks.
So Article 11 is the creation of a facilities rental revolving account. This is something that the school department already has in place for when their facilities are used. Right now, the town receives about $2,000 a year in facility rental, but as we talk about the possibility of using, and obviously this would be post-COVID, but as we talk about the possibility of using the great room as something that people may want to rent, or we've also had a discussion about the need for better policy and clarification around the use of some of our parks, the state hospital specifically, even Bay State. There could be more money coming in, and typically we do have custodians who need to be present or at least clean up after the event. So this would allow the facilities director to take that money in and use it to pay for facility maintenance and custodian overtime, whereas right now that money is directed to the general fund. Article 12 is an easement. This is related to the failed school project. The Board of Selectmen approved licenses related to the need for utilities to cross over town land. And we did that sort of anticipating that we would need to go to town meeting for an easement. And so that's what this is. Article 13 is the town seal. The Board of Selectmen has had discussions with members of the community about the possibility of changing the town seal. This article is to see if the town will vote to give direction to the Diversity and Inclusion Committee to prepare recommendations for a new town seal. That's currently how it's written. I've actually received some comments about how it could be written better, but just and specifically in the article information, clarifying that this is not a vote that changes the town seal. It's a vote that would begin a process, and the town meeting would have to come back and actually vote on the change of the town seal. And that's Mass General Law that requires the town meeting to vote on the town seal.
Question on this one.
Article 14 is to amend the general bylaws. I've spoken to both the Board of Selectmen and the Finance Committee about the staffing study recommendations and implementation of those. This one would create a community development department that would include the building department, economic development, and conservation with a community development director. The way that this is written, it says that the community development director may perform the functions of a building commissioner. Obviously, that's what I'm proposing in the following article. And then in the following article, it would be to add $5,500 to the building commissioner's salary line in order to make him the community development director effective January 1st.
So, Christy, can I? Oh, well, so I have a question about that. I'll ask it in when it's appropriate. Thanks.
Article 16 is about the timing of town meeting and town elections. This is something that has sort of come up over time. It's something that we've talked about a lot. Last year, we voted to move the annual town meeting because of the presidential election. I've been talking to the town clerk about the need to make adjustments in this bylaw. And so I've marked up the bylaw. I think both the Finance Committee and the Board of Selectmen have received comment from the town moderator related to the bylaw. And so I put it on here for the purpose of discussion, but it is something that has certainly come up in conversations over the years. So basically what this bylaw would do is it would, in the first part, it removes sort of the references to the years where we transitioned from May to March. It removed from, instead of the first Tuesday in March being the election day, it makes it the third Tuesday, so we wouldn't run into conflicts with a presidential election in the future. In the second paragraph, it removes the it removes the language that says during the week designated by the selectmen as town meeting week, just because we've never voted to designate a week town meeting week. And then commencing at 1 p.m. on the second Saturday following the election, the meeting shall be recessed not later than 5 to reconvene at 7. So this proposal removes that and then says on the Saturday preceding the election and commencing at 9 a.m. That's something that we talked about for the upcoming or for this November town meeting. It also removes it makes the bylaw silent on timing for the dinner break. And then for the fall and special town meetings, it just sort of generally says that it's at the discretion of the selectmen to move the meeting off of the third Monday in October. As we heard from town council, under state laws, you're able to move it, but I think it should be clear in the bylaw as well. So.
Okay, Alan, yes.
I'll have a question on this one.
So you have a question on that one, 16. Okay. All right, Alan, can you run us through those that we questioned?
Yeah, so we have, I show that we have questions for Articles 2, 4, 6, 13, 15, and 16. Or Shelby, was yours 14 and 15 combined, or?
Well, we could just take it as part 15, really. I mean, they're
Okay.
related, but
And
yeah, it's
16.
15. Yeah. Okay, great. Okay. All right. So just Article 2, my question, I had raised that was, Christy, the amount of money then would be, I'm just going back to the budget presentation, would be the combined numbers there that you showed in the slide, and you don't expect those to change? There's not a specific number in the article.
Right.
Right.
So I don't expect them to change. I left it general, similar to what we do with the budget articles, but right. So at this point, it would be the only changes I'm aware of are the ones that are in the budget presentation.
Okay. All right. And for this article, it's about 222,000 and change.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. That was my question. Okay. Next question was on Article 4.
Mm-hmm.
And it was Ian and Mike.
Okay.
Yeah, mine might be a quick one. I thought you were going to hit it, Christy, but the 11 million on the Given School project that we're rescinding. Can you just remind me of why we have so much remaining on that borrow? Is that I don't remember.
Christy, is that the money coming back from the state as part of MSBA reimbursement?
Well, this is the authorization to borrow. So,
but we have to borrow the whole amount, right? And then we're reimbursed. Nope. Hank is saying no. I'm sorry.
So this would mean that we never borrowed it.
Never borrowed it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
You do have to authorize to borrow the full amount.
Yeah.
And then the state reimburses.
It's just a large amount, and I don't remember what.
Okay.
If this was specific.
We'll get clarification rather than spending time here. We'll get clarification on that.
Perfect.
Okay. Or I should say, Christy, could you please get clarification on that? Not we, you.
So it is actually, so I'm just going back to notes. So that is money that we were expecting from the state, but also money that we didn't borrow. So it won't impact, one of the questions that I've gotten about this article is it going to impact the debt strategy? And it was not part of the debt strategy because it was money coming back from the state, but I can get additional information.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful to understand what's the breakdown of that 11.1. I don't recall.
Yeah.
Yep. Thanks, Ian. I'm sorry, who else had a question?
I did. Chrissy, just out of curiosity, well, maybe this is really directed to the Board of Selectmen. Is it going to be your policy now to rescind all unused borrowing and not move forward any funds to other projects?
So yes, so we put we actually have at the finance team we have considered an amendment to the comprehensive fiscal management policy to that exact policy, so that we would not be coming to town meeting and asking to redirect borrowing authorization, but rather to rescind the borrowing authorization from completed projects and then bring the request forward on its own as a new borrow.
On its own merits.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I think we heard that. I think the board heard that loud and clear from town meeting the last time we talked about it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I think Article 6. So, Mike, you had some general questions, and then there were some.
And then Shelby, you did.
Yep. Mike, go ahead.
Yeah, on all of these capital equipment purchases, I'm assuming, or maybe I shouldn't assume, I'm going to ask, if they come up with alternative purchasing arrangements for these items, then the use of free cash will be substantially reduced, correct? Any one or more.
It could be. I mean, as we have, like I said earlier, the police department is getting quotes for lease payments or for a lease. I don't know what the cost of that would be. But yeah, certainly if there are other funding mechanisms, then we would adjust the amount of free cash being requested.
Okay, can you word it? I mean, if it's not too difficult or too much trouble. Hank is shaking his head. Go ahead, Hank.
I mean, you're going on dangerous ground by putting some wording in there that allows some alternative financing. Because if you don't take the money out of free cash or take it out of something like that, it's going to have to come out of somebody's budget. There's no free lunch, right? So you got to pay for it somehow.
Right.
And, and if it's a lease, the lease payments aren't anybody's budget. So you make people come back to town meeting and get approval to change their budget, or come back to the finance committee. Since we don't really have plans to do this, I don't think it's appropriate to put the flexibility in here.
Well, I'm just concerned, as we've said, that we're in a cash flow concerning environment, and if we're going to stand up at the town meeting and say yes, go ahead and use all this free cash, when we know we're concerned about cash flow, there should be some mechanism that allows us to transfer the amount needed for some alternative financing arrangement into the operating budget from free cash, as opposed to the entire purchase amount.
I guess my question is, if using the police cruisers, if we get quotes for lease on the police cruisers, right? One, is that still, from the town's perspective, I guess it determines whether it's a fair market value lease or a finance lease, if it's actually a borrow in and of itself, right? And so, would we still allocate free cash to pay the payments on the lease, or does it become an operating expense in the budget, which affects the tax levy or would require an authorization to borrow? And so,
I think what we've done in the past, Alan, of that is we've authorized it as an article, and as we did this with DPW equipment in the past too, and it's something you look at. But you in the first year you'd say, what is the financing cost? What's the total cost? And then I think the way we always worded it was to fund year one of a 5-year lease, so that the next year people knew that they were going to get that for 4 more years following.
Okay. But would we, if the police department comes back, if Chief Laurie comes back and says, hey, we can do a great deal on a 5-year lease on these cruisers, then would the article fund it out of free cash each of those 5 years, or would it become a raise and appropriate?
I think that probably your next step is to bring each of the chiefs and the DPW director to your meeting to maybe go revisit these articles with you and talk to you about the alternative funding sources that they've investigated. And then if we need to reword the articles, we certainly can do that. We have time to do that before.
Okay, I was expecting that to happen. My only concern was preservation of cash, because right now this has been raised by multiple people as an issue. And I think we have to behave as if we are doing that in reality. So yes, we will. I'm sure the committee will invite them to a very soon to a meeting, and we'll talk about it. Okay, thanks.
Can I ask a clarifying question? Does the article itself, so just looking at 6A, where it says vote to transfer from free cash and appropriate some blah, 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 or other such amount as town meeting would, may approve. So is it possible, to Mike's question, that, let's say DPW comes forward and in this particular case, there's, they found an alternate funding source. Does that language in and of itself on or before, at town meeting, allow for that adjustment? So now it's $35,000.
Right. So the language allows for the adjustment of the amount. I think, to Hank's point, it doesn't allow for any other funding source. So it could only come from free cash based on the way the article.
I understand.
Yeah, we also would need some help from Leah to understand how we accomplish those transactions and how they're accounted for. There are somewhat complex rules for how leases are accounted for.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
In addition, I think there's something about we can't make promises about future years. Like we can't make town meeting
accountable to
and in the future. We only need to vote on this year, so that makes leases complicated.
And there's other the chiefs and Chris will talk to you about other. I think leases is an example. They'll talk to you about other things that they've investigated. You know, grants and renting and other things. So
okay. So that's an open. Both boards have questions. That was my question. Maybe sort of distantly related was on. Oh, sorry, fast forwarding here. Jay. I was trying to understand how the competitive green communities grant with the 2 hybrid vehicles plays into J.
So they did purchase one, and I know that Deputy Minardi has reached out to Pete Dunbeck about the potential to use money to purchase another green cruiser. So he's still working through that. So it could be adjusted based on his conversation with Pete.
So, but does that mean, I guess I'm trying to understand that the green communities piece that was supplemental funding for 2 hybrid vehicles, does this mean that we're actually purchasing 5?
You mean in the article information?
Well, Jay says we're going to purchase 3 cruisers, right?
Yes.
But the competitive grant that we received said that we're going to use funding for supplemental funding for 2 hybrid police cruisers. So I'm trying to understand what the net.
I was looking for language in here. So
No. Yeah.
It's 4. So we approved 1, and the second one would be one of these 3.
Okay, 1 hybrid already approved. Okay, and then so 4 total.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And this article was initially for 4 cruisers.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. If we have grant money coming, we may need to adjust the amount.
Yes, and well, that's what. So initially, it was 4 cruisers accounting for grant money for 2, and so So that's why we're trying to. Pete Dunbeck and Deputy Minardi are working together to make sure that this is still the correct amount.
Okay. All right. So the chief is going to come before both committee and board. So that's good. Okay. Christy, do you recall, and I certainly can look it up, but for K, my question on that was exactly what part of the parking lot and curbing?
No, I don't recall. I would have the school committee or school department come back to.
I'm trying to recall from the capital.
Yeah, I'd have to.
Manager planning committee in the spring. Maybe some of the other members might remember, but I believe it was curbing and sidewalk at a number of the schools. It's spot repairs. They had previously done work in the front of the high school. In a prior year, this was up near the back parking lot, some of the staircase area, as well as some at some of the other schools.
That work has been done. So if we could just, I think a simple, even an email, just clarifying what the work is to be done, even that would be great. Thank you.
I'm sorry, asking what specifically they want to, because it's in the capital plan. So I can provide the capital plan.
Okay, that'd be great. Okay. Alan, what do we have next here?
Next is Article 13, the town seal.
Yeah. So I had raised this as a question. My concern with, so I'm committed to the conversation about the town seal. My concern is given that given the amount of interest this particular item has generated and will generate, even just to have it on the warrant in the capacity that it's in, not to change it or make a vote to what it would change to, will generate significant attendance at town meeting, perhaps, which is always great. I love when people come to town meeting. But given where we're at with the pandemic, I'm equally concerned about the number of people that will stay away because of the amount of people that might come, and thus maybe not allowing for a fair dialogue on town meeting floor. I know we never want to rush town meeting, but I think, given that we're in a pandemic and given what we already saw for annual town meeting, we want to be able to sort of move through this efficiently. And so I am not inclined to have Article 13 move forward on the warrant at this time.
Christie, if I could comment, I'd also be concerned that it says the town will vote to give direction. Well, I assume the town means town meeting. And if you want town meeting to give direction, you're going to have a really long town meeting. If the intention is to have the selectmen give direction, the article should say the selectmen.
Is there any possibility this could just be an ad hoc committee of the selectmen?
So this was in the discussion that we had previously. There was a question about getting town meetings vote on whether or not we would move forward with the process. And so it could absolutely be a committee that was set up, but this was to get the town meeting to weigh in at the beginning of the process rather than at the end of the process.
I think you're right, Chris. I mean, we've gotten numerous comments on both sides of this that it felt like the direction. This was is such a hot topic that the direction we wanted in the discussion as a board was to get the town to decide that they want to move forward. Besides just having the selectmen decide they want to move it forward and then go to town meeting later and have all the debate about whether or not we want to do it. And if for some reason the decision was made that we don't want to change it, well, we already spent a lot of time and a lot of committee work to do work that wasn't authorized. So, and I echo Shelby's things. We talked about this before, which was really that because of all the discussion that's already been had on this and all the comments that we've received, that it deserves the time and the ability that anybody that wants to participate in that discussion at town meeting to participate. And the concern was, Shelby mentioned efficiency, but probably more importantly, what she also mentioned was the fact that we want all those that want to speak to be able to and to feel safe in doing that. And with the situation we're still facing, the concern was that there may be, many people that will not come to town meeting or feel unsafe coming to town meeting that would want to speak to this. And we don't want to, preclude them from having a chance to participate in the conversation.
And I share that as much as I like to have this discussion in a timely manner, and I'm supportive of it. At town meeting in June, the high school was configured with a lot of work to accommodate 250 to 300 attendees, and this is clearly an issue. I think back to lights at the high school where we had 2,100 people. Right now, maybe we don't get 2,100, but if we get 600, then the prep work and the logistics and the ability, and even then the comfort with all of the work we would do of some people who want to speak but wouldn't feel comfortable coming is, I think it could be a disservice to the community.
Paul?
I'm just sort of straddling the line here, just thinking, I don't know if town meeting is the right place to discuss it, but I do think it shouldn't be put off, because people have demonstrated both in our community and everywhere that they don't want to put off this conversation because of COVID.
Yeah, fair point. Andrew?
Hi, I just look at this as there being a sense of urgency versus a sense of safety. And on one hand, this is timely, it's topical, and people do want to talk about it, but I don't know that there's like a per se urgency on this matter, whereas there is a health concern immediately, and any time spent on this conversation is additional time, regardless of how many people show up. additional time for people stuck in an enclosed area talking about a topic that there will be animation and concern about.
Yeah, Mike, I'll recognize you in just a second. I want to add to that. I think, Paul, I completely agree with what you're saying in the sense of urgency, and the time is now. I think when I think about kind of the protests and the conversations that have happened, to my knowledge, at least around here and, I guess nationally, most of those have been outside, right? Fresh air, good weather, that sort of thing. We're looking at, to Andrew's point, a closed, contained space. I know I've received hundreds, probably 300 emails on this alone. And so if that's any indication, I would fairly say we'd probably get, without COVID, we get a turnout like the lights. With COVID, we'd probably get, half of that of people that feel that passionately, to your point about the urgency of the conversation.
And I was in favor of the town meeting being outdoors, although I didn't express that hugely, but I didn't go because of that. So I'm just thinking out loud, is there a way to have this conversation outdoors and the rest of it, whatever? I don't know.
Yeah, we did contemplate that. So still certainly maybe part of the, the way we have a conversation. Mike?
I just wanted to echo Andrew's comments. Yes, it is a contemporary topic, but I think both sides have to look at what the ultimate result is going to be one way or another. And so I would take the urgency off the table in favor of safety of the community and the opportunity for everybody that wants to be involved to be involved.
Alan?
So as we talk about urgency versus safety, if the COVID situation were to improve in a time frame that would allow it, is this something that, I know it would be a typical reason to have a special town meeting, but is it something that the board would consider creating a special town meeting for, prior to annual town meeting in March? If things somehow dramatically improve in December and January, is it something that we'd look at having a special town meeting where we could allocate the time at a point in time where we could accommodate all those who want to speak and be heard?
If you're going to do that, I'd really like to ask, what's the cost to the town of a special town meeting? Because we're trying to watch the budget. So for me, that's always kind of a oops moment.
So we could, Christy, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to say, so I think it's important to keep in mind that this particular article does not require town meeting vote. And so I think the board initially, prior to talking about an article on town meeting, was just talking about having a public meeting where you could really hear both sides. And so if the board chooses to take this off the warrant and then the conditions improve, you could always have that public meeting where people could turn out and give you, there would be no vote, but you would certainly be able to hear everyone's opinion.
Well, and we had discussed that there are, even in a virtual sense, there may be ways for people to provide that input so that the board could then weigh, the next steps on moving forward or not in terms of an article or I should say even a process by which a new town sale might be considered. So, Sean?
Yeah, just one quick question. Would it be possible maybe to have, say, the Diversity and Inclusion Committee move forward with a survey of the town or something where then they could publish those results? Because my guess is you've received 300 emails, but we really have no idea, are they evenly distributed?
Right.
What are some folks saying? So I don't know if that's a move forward or something like that without, we have official town meeting vote.
And that's 300 in a town of 18,000. So it's a big number, in terms of, how we typically receive feedback, but it's I wouldn't even call it representative, of the whole. Ian?
Yeah, just one other point of, us moving this forward at this time. I know I'm arguing against myself now because I don't want to do it, but the concern is why we wanted to put it there, because I think we did as a board. We've heard this. We want the town to know that we've heard it. And there's, to Paul's point, there is some urgency there. While I'm in favor of putting it off, there is the risk that if we remove this, that a citizen's petition could be brought forward that puts it on there. We don't have control to not include that as long as they get the appropriate signatures, and we could remove it, but then it could pop back up again as a citizen's petition. And that was one of the discussions the Board of Selectmen had prior.
Yeah, great point, Ian. Thank you.
This is Andrew. I think there's only so much we can do about dealing with could-haves out there. And it's a very fair point about what could happen. But, in my mind, that would be just one of many could-haves that we would have to deal with if the eventuality presented itself.
But I'm wondering if there's a happy medium here around, to the points that certainly the selectmen had previously, what we're hearing from the committee, from the Finance Committee right now, in terms of a public hearing process that is open, fair, across a period of time, that allows feedback to be shared, and that could ultimately move us toward a town meeting scenario as it sort of as would be appropriate. I don't know what the language of that article would be or anything like that, but
I'm not sure this falls in the same bailiwick, but last I checked, we're actually voting on a community development director in Article 15, and this is a matter of community and somewhat of development, although, again, I may be misreading development in this regard.
Might be a little stretch, but
you could put, we could, you don't have to decide right now, so we could put this on a future. I think you've heard feedback from the Finance Committee, which is great, and then you can put it on a future Board of Selectmen agenda.
Okay, yep.
Probably the next one.
Thank you. Thanks for moving us along, Christy. Alan, what do we have next, please? I feel like a game show host.
Next we have, Shelby, you had some questions about community development. Director and funding.
Yeah, so Christy, you said in your comments, let's see here, it sounded like we were we're raising and appropriating money for the building commissioner's salary, but I don't think that's what you meant to say. We're creating a new position, and the money, the additional money is for that position, which happens to be a plus to the current building commissioner's salary.
So the budget is called building commissioner, which is complicated when we're talking about position versus department. But right, so it would be to the building department's salary and wages line, but it would only serve to elevate the building commissioner to the community development director position.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. I'm fine with it. I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
Okay. Next was Article 16, and I had a comment. So we did receive, the Board of Selectmen received an email from John Arnold, our town moderator, expressing a preference that, given that participation in our special fall town meetings tends to be lower than annual town meeting, and that he'd like to see a good level of engagement there. He asked if we would consider this something that would typically be, we would typically cover at annual town meeting in March, or if we felt there was a time urgency for this warrant article. So I'd like to consider that. Also specific to this article, I guess my one concern about it is it's quite possible that if fall town meeting starts on a Saturday and needs to continue to Monday night, there's no guarantee it would actually be concluded before the election on Tuesday morning, given the timings in here. And we could actually have our town elections running before the adjournment of annual town meeting.
Annual, not fall. Right?
I'm sorry, annual, right. But, annual town meeting could start Saturday morning, run all day Saturday, all into the evening Saturday, run Monday night. If we haven't closed and adjourned, then Tuesday morning's the election. And I guess I'd want to hear from our town clerk if logistically having town meeting end, even if it ends at 11 o'clock on Monday night or 11:30 p.m. on Monday night, will they be ready to open the polls at 8 a.m. and be able to open the polls at 8 a.m. Tuesday morning? I worry about the staffing and the resources there.
So just to clarify, I'm that maybe this hadn't been thought about previously, but I did work on this with the town clerk. So this is not sort of a surprise to her. But I'm not sure that we talked about town meeting going.
And Wendy's on too, I think, right?
Yes, Wendy. Hi.
Hi. So, what date are you talking about?
So it says that the elections would be the third Tuesday in March, and the second paragraph it says that the town meeting would be the Saturday preceding the election. So Alan's concern, or the concern he's raising, is that if town meeting went all day Saturday and then had to be adjourned to Monday, how that would impact your staff.
It would be difficult, really difficult to do that if it was preceding the election. Is that what you're? Why?
Yeah. I mean, I think Wendy, I think that's Alan's concern. If you have a meeting that ends and then you have, I mean, it's just too close together, I think, with the wording. It's a good point, Alan.
Yes.
Yeah, I wonder if it's intended that it would be 2 Saturdays.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Yeah, so it could be the first Saturday. I think that John's question was about, or John Arnold's comments were about the fact that this exact piece of the bylaw, which is having town meeting now precede the election, has been discussed at length during multiple government review study committees. And so I think his comments were that this might need a longer conversation, that moving it to before the election.
Right. And it would need 2 weeks.
So it would be the first. So if we were to move forward, it would need to be the first Saturday in March versus the Saturday preceding.
Which every 4 years would conflict with a presidential primary on the first Tuesday.
Right. Mm-hmm. Oh, yes. Right. That's right. Which is why we moved it this year.
Yes.
Okay. So
I don't know, what is the benefit of having it before? Did you discuss that? Having town meeting before the election?
We haven't talked about that yet, but one of the things that has come up over the years is that, and John mentions this in his email, is that you have people serving on different boards and committees and work through the different articles, and then if they are choose not to run again, or they don't win the re-election, then for some new people, it might be their first town meeting, might be their first meeting with the board. Part of it.
So, Alan, I think it's a good question, point made. Did you have anything else for your question?
No, I would just say that we follow up on this in more detail at a future meeting.
Okay, Andrew and then Beth.
Thank you. I was just wondering if there was a reason that of all the articles, this one does not include a town manager's statement.
It's actually not the only one. I just realized that I'm missing one on Article 14.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
There's no reason.
So does that mean that we would expect to add one just to add some of this context? Because I think it's great context to have.
Yep. Yeah. No, all of them will have a article information. This is the first time that it's come. It's as I said, it's been talked about over the years, but it's the first time it's really come before the board. So it was just for discussion. But if it's going to be kept on the warrant, then we would add article information. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, hi, so I can talk. I just want to comment that not too often, fortunately, but every once in a while, town meeting runs long. And I think it'd be incredibly confusing if town meeting overlapped an election and you had people who were presenting for the elected officials before the election, you have the election and you have town meeting and you don't have decisions yet. Sorry, just thought I'd put that out there as a problem.
Yep.
Yeah, it is.
Yep. Okay, so it requires some more thoughts. Any other comments on this, John, and then Ian?
Yeah, I think John Arnold had another point that if it's prior to the election, then let's say a selectman is being opposed, it's sort of an opportunity for them to politic in front of the crowd while their opponent is sitting in the audience or something, I think was one of John's points.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Ian?
Yeah, my comment here is similar, I think, to the town seal one. That I think there's some comments I think we as a board need to think about. It is, is this time sensitive? I know we have talked about it, but is it something that can be postponed in the sense of prioritization and what needs to get done and what is kind of nice to get done? So in my mind, similar to the discussion we already had in the seal, this one seems to fall into that category.
Okay.
If that's all the questions, the only other thing I wanted to bring up was the email that we got from John about November 14th being the start of Diwali and the need to change that date. And so initially we had talked about the 7th, but that didn't work with the election. November 14th obviously won't work. And so we might propose, and we can't go late. We don't want to go later. So November 9th, which would be Monday. So going back to an evening town meeting might be our best option.
And Christy, I think we were thinking Saturday from a school perspective and cleaning since they're in session. Were they okay with us?
I still have to talk to Amber about it. I mean, she was fine. She said they would make it work. We had also hoped that we would have everyone get everything done in one day on a Saturday, so that people weren't having to leave and come back, and that we wouldn't impact the school. But that the school has certainly been open to whatever we need to do. So I will follow up with Amber again on that. But that was the initial response.
So one thought might be Thursday the 12th. And then if we had to go to Friday night, we could. The reason being is that Fridays are half-day full remote. So the number of people, the school is not empty on Fridays, but the number of students is dramatically reduced as well, And it might be easier if we didn't finish on Thursday night to, isolate the gym and the 1 or 2 extra rooms and spaces we need from the student population and the faculty.
Okay. Beth, you had asked a question. How many times has this been brought up before? I think you're referring to Article 16. I mean, I think it's anecdotally over the past couple of years, it's one of those things that keeps swirling.
Yeah, I would think so. Then on Article 16, I would say that gives it some leeway to be put off again until it's less contentious during pandemic. I have a question. Is it considered disrespectful to have town meeting on Veterans Day?
Being that I would just say, being that we're not having an in-person celebration of Veterans Day, I would feel, I guess, awkward about calling a town meeting. We're asking people to come together, but we've decided that
we're not acknowledging, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's
Is Veterans Day the Wednesday?
Yeah.
Does that actually mean then that students will be in school on a Friday?
It might. Friday might be another full day.
Okay. Well, let me just check
I'll
this.
have to.
I think you are correct, and I'm looking at it right now because I think my son's in school that day as a Cardinal. So,
Well, again, let me just check with her because they definitely did not. That was just something that we thought would be easier.
yeah,
but
the full school is in person on that Friday because of the Veterans
So
Day.
close.
Yeah.
Sounded good.
Actually, sorry, not
So
the,
I think
it's
then,
just the Cardinal. So half the schools is in.
so the 9th or the 12th generally is maybe a date depending upon the school's ability to accommodate. Is that what we're sort of seeing here?
Yeah, I think it goes back to the comments we had on the town seal and on the town meeting that if you take those two out as most contentious, I mean, can we try to get through the whole warrant in one evening so we don't, have to put extra work on school custodians, cleaning, all that type of stuff. Also attention, can we start earlier than 7? Can we start at 6 or 6:30? If we did it on the Monday.
Commutes are much cheaper these days.
What?
Say it again, Beth?
In general, people's commutes are much shorter these days.
Sure. Yeah.
It's true. Okay, well, let me work with the school, and we'll have to set a date soon. So.
Okay. So Sean, I think we're through this agenda item unless there's something else. Do you want to adjourn your meeting?
Thank you very much.
You probably need a motion to formally adjourn, I think, from your group.
Motion to adjourn? The AFC?
Bradley, second.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll just quick go through. All right. Ms. Blumberg?
Blumberg, yes.
Ms. Ford? I think we lost Melanie. Mr. Roush?
Yeah, Roush, yes.
Mr. Leslie?
Leslie, yes.
Mr. Bradley?
Bradley, yes.
Mr. Hugel?
Yes.
Mr. Beretti? Oh, did we lose Mike? And Keogh, yes. Definitely enough.
Okay. Thanks, everyone. Really appreciate you coming on.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye.
Thanks for the invite. Cheers.
Have a good night.
Shelby, this is Sayed. I'm going to have to leave. Okay, I have an early start tomorrow. Okay.
Okay. All right.
And plus, I can't listen to the can't be involved in the discussion about. I think the only item is the vote. I would be abstaining from it regardless. Okay.
Okay. Appreciate you making that point. I know you had abstained previously. Yeah, you'll just miss the other 2 items then. Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Bye.
Thanks. All right. See, hopefully you captured that. I'm sure you did. Okay. So moving on to item number 13, discussion vote to accept early in-person voting schedule and location, et cetera, et cetera. I'll turn it over to Christy and Wendy.
I'll turn it over to Wendy.
Okay. I'm here before you because Mass General Law requires me to ask the Board of Selectmen to vote on the following election times and places: early vote in person, the schedule, and early vote in person location, the vote location on election day, and to accept a central tabulating facility at Town Hall to cast all the early vote ballots. Just want to put a plug in for early voting in person. It's every day starting on a Saturday, October 17th through Friday, October 30th. So if you're concerned about lines on election day, you've got 2 weeks to come in and vote, and every day. So that's about it.
Okay, well, we'll continue to convey that message, Wendy. I think it's important for safety and obviously being part of the process. So thank you for your staff for all the work they're putting into it. I think you've taken up a cot to sleep in the.
Yes. Feels like it.
Yeah. Okay. So do we need I'm trying to find my packet information, you guys. I'm sorry. I'm kind of lost my spot here. Do we need a motion or a vote or anything?
Yes.
Yes, we do.
Do we have a motion? I can't find it in my packet.
I can't either. I apologize.
I have it.
Okay. Thank you, Alan.
Okay. Hold on. Okay, so for the upcoming November 2020 general election, I move to
I got it.
1, accept the early vote in person schedule as presented. 2, accept the location for early vote in person to be located at Westborough Town Hall, 34 West Main Street during presented dates and times. 3, accept the location for all voting at the polls on Election Day, November 3rd, 2020 at Westborough High School from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. 4, accept the central tabulating facility to cast all early voted ballots to be held at Westborough Town Hall, 34 West Main Street, beginning at 8 a.m. until completed on November 3rd, 2020.
And I'll second that motion.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any discussion by the board? Okay, seeing none. Mr. Johnson.
Johnson, yes.
Mr. Edinburgh.
Edinburgh, yes.
And Ms. Marshall, 300 yes for me being present. Wendy, thank you for hanging in there for that long, and I apologize we had that so late on the agenda.
Hey, thank you very much.
All right.
Go back to your cot.
I know, go back to your cot.
Yeah, it's only been 14 and a half hours today, but oh well.
God.
We'll get through it.
All right.
Good night.
All right, good night, Wendy.
Right.
Thank you. Incredibly dedicated teams we have. Sometimes we don't realize that until we spend these late nights together. Okay. Kim Christie, town manager report.
A lot of my updates in the town manager report were things that we touched on in your meeting with the delegation. So I'll just be quick. I have Eversource that they provided a response and that they're filing mid-October. In addition, we did have a meeting with Eversource officials on September 15th, myself and Chief Purcell, to talk about their emergency notifications procedures. I mentioned the letter that we received from MassDOT on the I-94-95 interchange, which I forwarded today and copied all of you to the BPAC, asking them for a response that could be presented to the board at a future meeting. I did also get that site walk request, the proposed dates today, and so I'll be coordinating that site walk. Related to the multi-use trail feasibility study, I had pulled together a group to identify concerns with the report. That group hadn't really met because of the pandemic, but we did have a meeting recently and we're working on addressing the concerns. Once that's complete, I'll present my recommendations to the board on next steps. MBTA parking, like we said, the lines have been painted per the agreement with MBTA. Also, I've attached a memo to the board regarding the staffing study recommendations that relate to operational changes. So you had that in your email today. You can review it. My recommendation is that you use that memo as you work to establish town manager goals for calendar year 2021. Department updates, I'll go very quickly. The Treasurer Collector's Office is getting ready to send out second quarter real estate tax and personal property bills. The accounting department submitted the town's balance sheet. You all got the the email from DOR about the certified free cash and the retained earnings. The Board of Assessors working on values for fiscal 21 and information technology. we hit a second milestone in relation to the aerial flyover, which we're doing with Northborough and Shrewsbury. But the pilot areas contain errors. And so it's going to delay the completion of the project until later in the fall. The primary phone line, which we talked about at a previous meeting, that went out, the primary phone line to Town Hall, has been replaced by fiber. So that shouldn't happen anymore. In the library, we've talked about the fact that they have reopened to the public. The patrons are asked to limit their time to 20 minutes. It's been really successful, I know, having people back in the library, and we're one of the few towns that has reopened the library. Also, they implemented a new self-checkout system that they can do as a smartphone app. That's going very well. We had mentioned Donna Martell has retired after 30 years with the library, and so they're looking to fill her position after the first of the year. And the Friends of the Library will be holding a socially distanced outdoor book sale on Saturday, September 26th from 10 to 3. The Senior Center has a new publisher for their senior scene, and it looks great. So I think she provided you all with copies, but certainly would encourage people to take a look at that. They've also started a new monthly program called Dinner at the Back Door, so people can come and pick up their dinner. They have some entertainment happening in the parking lot. It's getting very creative in times of COVID. They're also doing a twice a month grab and go lunch. Ridership has increased on the mini buses because they continue to do that. So they've added medical trips, and then they've also taken people to the R&B. They are talking, they continue to, hear from seniors that they are interested in getting back to the senior center. And so they've been working on what a reopening of the senior center would look like. Youth and Family Services, in late August, they launched telehealth, which is video-based counseling services, which is obviously important right now. And then they're also working with the public schools on a newsletter, and there's a link in the town manager report to view a guide, the wellness guide. There's a link in the town manager report where you can view that. And that's all I have.
Christy, can I ask a quick question on the ridership on the minibuses? Has there been any discussion to, if folks are calling for a ride and meaning the minibus schedule can't accommodate that, to connect that person with VIA? Is there any coordination going on there?
I would have to ask.
Okay. All right. I mean, it might be something, again, just to, I don't know how familiar Alma and her team are with that. So that might be something that we want to make sure they're aware of.
I mean, they're definitely aware of it, but in terms of making sure that they're making that connection, if they're unable to meet the ridership.
Yeah. Yep. All right. Great. Okay. Thank you for your update, as always. Okay, issues and correspondence. Ian.
Due to the time, I will not say anything. So I'm good. Nothing pressing that needs to come up on my side.
Okay. All right. Alan?
Okay, even though it's late, there are a couple things. I'll keep it very, very quick. First, the Affordable Housing Trust Working Group. We have a final draft, draft 9 of our document-based deliverable that we'll be reviewing at our next meeting, October 2nd. That is up available on the town on our page on the town website for anyone in the public who wants to take a look at where we're at. As mentioned earlier, we're hoping to be coming before the Board of Selectmen to bring it to conclusion that aspect of our work at the October 13th meeting. We're currently scheduling meetings with all stakeholder boards and commissions, as well as community groups, to update, engage, and get feedback and garner support. And the website's very successful. I want to thank the community. We've had well over 300 unique visitors to the website in the last 14 days. And we have had about 20% of people who visit the website are commenting. And so we appreciate the comments and the feedback. We'll continue to add new questions we have a whole series of questions we want to ask, but we didn't want to overwhelm. So we're hoping people come back and we'll post and answer questions as we go forward. Today, this morning, as it turned out, I happened to be grabbing a coffee and came out and from a local vendor, and boom, there was a VIA van making the rounds. It was actually a community team visiting businesses to make them aware. Really quickly as a reminder, VIA is a shared ride van service, $2 a ride, most areas in town, as well as to the Southborough and Westborough MBTA stations, and even as far as Northborough Commons for shopping. $2 a ride, $1 if you're going to or from one of the MBTA stations. And so it's a great program. It offers a lot of flexibility that we did not have with the previous shuttle service, with fixed routes and fixed times. And so keep that in mind as you or members of your family need to get around, get to and from work, do some shopping, or just enjoy the town. EDC work is continuing. The town is participating in a state grant program. And the EDC is looking at the best way to provide matching funds out of its grant program, specifically designed to fill vacant storefronts. And so that work is being done by the EDC, mostly by the assessor's office, who has all the information needed to fill out that grant application and get us into that program. So it's greatly appreciated for their effort. Last item is food insecurity. And I know there's been a lot of discussion about this. We heard it a little bit this morning, so I wanted to update. I spoke this morning with Philip Kittredge of the Westborough Food Pantry. He says that the response from the community, residents and businesses, has been phenomenal during COVID-19, and it's much appreciated. And that has replenished the food bank's funds that were being used to purchase gift cards, as well as provided a good inventory stock. A number of local vendors, including specifically the Stop and Shop on Lyman Street, have greatly increased their contributions to the food bank as well, and their donations to help meet the increasing need. There are other nonprofits in town that have been servicing food insecurity needs and food security needs in the community. Some of them are struggling financially, and so the food bank is working with them to fill that need and bring those families into the food pantry system. A reminder that the USDA has made the school lunch program free for every student, and that is every day that school is held. So, and because Westborough previously had a free and subsidized breakfast program, any student in the school system can get a free breakfast and lunch. Students have received and parents have received emails about how that works. In some instances, when students are in school, they can pick up meals for the following day when they're remote at the end of the day. In other instances, there are pickup times in the mornings at each of the schools. So look for those emails. There's also a reminder that even though the school lunches are free, if your family has had a change in income level, you may now qualify for the reduced or free lunch program from the federal government. Doing so will contacting the school and filling out that simple application and qualifying means that when this free lunch program, if it ends as scheduled on December 31st, you'd still be eligible for those meals. There's also, if you're in that school lunch program, there's supplemental food assistance that comes to you by electronic debit card from the federal government and the state as well. Each week. And so, even though the school is providing lunches for free to everyone, if you qualify for the program, there's additional money from the state that comes directly to you that would continue past the end of the year as well. And so those are my issues and correspondence. So and if anyone has questions about any of this, the COVID-19 hotline is up and running. Give a call.
Thanks, Ellen, very much. I will keep my comments brief as well. Just want to give an update as a member of the Diversity and Inclusion Committee. I just want to pass along that, that not surprisingly, that committee has received a number of items. First of all, I'm very excited that the committee officially became full and complete. All members as of August 18th, and we already we've got 3 kind of what I call hot topics in addition to lots of ideas already on the plate for that committee. Kara Presley, our Director of Youth and Family Services, is doing a great job chairing, and just cannot say enough about the community involvement, particularly the members that are participating. So 2 items came out of our most recent meeting. One is that the Diversity and Inclusion Committee voted to request the Board of Selectmen to create a policy for displays of art on public property. This was in response to a lengthy discussion held over 2 meetings regarding a community request to create a, I guess I'll call it a Black Lives Matter mural on the street, similar to what was done. Many of you may have seen it in Worcester. So that vote came out of that community request. The second item that came out and is coming back to the Board of Selectmen is that the Diversity and Inclusion Committee voted to support the second Monday in October as recognition of Indigenous Peoples Day. So traditionally we've celebrated that, or recognized it, I should say, as Columbus Day. And ultimately sort of for the board to consider whether or not there's a formal designation or recognition by the town. So I'll put those sort of on our list of things to consider. I want to remind folks to attend the special town meeting on next Tuesday. It'll be a lot shorter than this meeting, I hope. So Tuesday, September 29th, 7 p.m. at the high school, discussing the purchase of a critical piece of property for open space, and of course the firefighter gear, and then a smaller article regarding the water treatment plant, right? Water, not sewer, right? Water. Okay, thank you. I don't have it in front of me. So anyway, 3 articles, should be pretty short, but I would love for a good show. So that's all I have. I want to thank Westborough TV, Karen Henderson, for hanging in there all these hours. And I want to wish everyone in the community well. So I'll take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All right.
I tried to beat
No discussion. Mr. Edinburgh.
Edinburgh, yes.
Mr. Johnson.
Johnson, yes.
And Shelby Marshall, yes. 3003 being present. Thank you, everyone, for watching and tuning in. Thank you, Christine, Kim, and Sela. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good night.
Take care. Good night.